In front of Xianxia, who had activated his demon god transformation, the beautiful mature woman who led the ancient demon clan also couldn't summon the slightest bit of her strength, but she still maintained her calm appearance. "I'm not an outsider?" Xianxia pointed to himself with a blank expression. Li Rong gently nodded. "As for the specific reason, please allow me to explain it to you later. This is not a place to talk." Xianxia swept his eyes around and nodded. The erupting volcano and the thunder and lightning shooting across the sky seemed to be growing more and more intense. Soon, it would begin to negatively affect Li Rong and the other ancient demon clan masters even at this distance. "You're a perceptive person, so you should know by now that I have never had any malice against you since the first time we met," Li Rong said gently. "Now, could you please lift your demon god transformation so we can leave this place?" Saying so, she stared at him expectantly with her beautiful limpid eyes. Behind Li Rong, the other ancient demon clan members also looked towards Xianxia, waiting for his reply. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that their lives were currently completely in Xianxia's hands. As long as he wished for it, they would all die. Deeply staring at the beautiful woman in front of him, Xianxia thought for a moment before nodding. "I believe you." Li Rong let out a sigh of relief and her expression relaxed, smiling light as she said, "You'll be glad you made such a wise decision." Xianxia showed neither approval nor disapproval to this statement but still restrained his surging evil power. The demon crests that covered his body also quickly faded and the potent demonic chi quickly receded. All the ancient demon clan masters regained control of their strength and bodies at that moment. "Huaimo, protect him. Let's go," Li Rong softly ordered, her tender body flickering and arriving next to the unconscious Han Fei, gently picking her up before turning and shouting towards Chen Jian's surviving subordinates. "Chu Jian is dead. If you still wish to remain loyal to him, I won't stop you. But if you choose this path, there will be no place for you in this mysterious small world in the future. If you choose to follow me instead, as long as sincerely pledge your loyalty to Demon God Citadel, I will not hold you responsible for what has happened here." Chu Jian's henchmen all glanced around at each other briefly before quickly falling to the ground and shouting in unison, "We are willing to obey Senior Li's commands." Chu Jian was already dead. There was no benefit to remaining loyal to him. Right now their first priority was to stay alive. Li Rong nodded with satisfaction before quickly flying off with Han Fei. A large group of people quickly evacuated from the volcanic region. Huaimo had a complex look upon his face, mixed with a bit of nervous panic, as he stuck close to Xianxia in order to protect him. After half an hour, the group of masters had traveled a fair distance from the volcano. Looking back, the sky behind them had turned a brilliant red and orange color. The aftermath of the volcanic eruption was still apparent even this far away, the ground beneath them even trembling lightly. Everyone couldn't help feeling some lingering fear in their hearts. After taking a moment to stabilize Han Fei's injuries, the group set off towards Demon God's Citadel. Xianxia remained vigilant the whole way and quickly noticed that every member of the ancient demon clan was unconsciously staying away from him, as if they were very fearful of him. Only Li Rong continued smiling the whole time, seemingly very happy. While she held Han Fei close, she would occasionally whisper to Xianxia about various trivial topics. Most of what she talked about were the incredible feats great demon god had accomplished that were recorded in her clan's ancient book. Some of these tales were things even Huaimo and her clansmen hadn't heard before. Everyone listened to these stories with great enthusiasm. One day later, Han Fei woke up, and although her injuries had not healed yet, they didn't cause her any significant difficulties. She was in a coma when Xianxia had used his demon god transformation, so she wasn't aware of what had happened afterwards. But now seeing Li Rong holding her, she naturally assumed that Li Rong had dealt with Chu Jian and didn't bother asking much. 2 days later, everyone returned to Demon God Citadel. Xianxia returned to his stone room and waited for Li Rong to arrive and finally tell him what was going on. There were a great many things he didn't understand, so he was quite anxious for Li Rong to dispel his doubts. But she had said that the volcano was not the place for such a discussion and had promised to explain everything later. Demon God Citadel was still in a state of tranquility. Apparently the news that one of the 4 great commanders had fallen had not been made public yet. Overall, Xianxia was quite satisfied with the results of this trip. The amount of yang liquid he had accumulated in his dantian was quite significant, and as long as he didn't waste it, he estimated he wouldn't have to worry about having enough for around 10 years or so. On top of that, he had harvested the unimaginable amount of crystal stones, which was an incredible amount of wealth. However, what made Xianxia happiest was that he now knew his devil transformation, which was referred to as demon god transformation by the ancient demon clan, can be used to suppress them. He had been here for more than a year now, and during this time Li Rong had been quite good to him, neither imprisoning him nor restricting his freedom, allowing him to relax and pursue his studies of the alchemic way, and even sending a third-order transcendent master to secretly protect him. However, Xianxia always felt like he was under a kind of house arrest, which made him quite uncomfortable. But that feeling had disappeared as Xianxia now had confidence to stand on equal footing with the ancient demon clan and even restrain them in certain circumstances. With this change in perspective, Xianxia managed to finally relax somewhat. Over the next few days, everything was tranquil. Li Rong had not appeared yet, but Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He knew that with Chu Jian's death, Li Rong must have a lot to deal with, so he simply continued studying alchemy quietly while he waited. The door of the stone room was suddenly pushed open and Guaner rushed in with an excited look upon her face. Arriving in front of Xianxia, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with wonderment as she hurriedly asked, "Xianxia, I heard that you killed Chu Jian. Is that true? Who told you that?" "Senior Li told me. Is it true? What do you think?" Xianxia chuckled. "What do I think?" Guaner blinked before letting out a snort. "With only your insignificant strength, it's impossible for you to have accomplished that. But since Senior Li said so, it's definitely the truth." Saying so, she suddenly hugged Xianxia's arm and shook it like a spoiled child. "Come on. Tell me, how did you manage to kill the bastard?" Even Senior Li had always had a big headache about how to deal with him. As Guaner swung back and forth, Xianxia clearly felt a couple of amazingly soft yet elastic mounds press against his arm. Noticing Xianxia's vision unconsciously being drawn downwards to where they were connected, Guaner suddenly became alert, leaping backwards as she used her arms to cover her chest, grinding her teeth. "You hoodlum, what are you looking at?" Xianxia's face went black. "Why are you asking a question you know the answer to already?" Guaner snorted. "You humans are really not good things. I'm going to tell Senior Li that you are trying to harass me. Don't try to slander me." Xianxia shot back angrily. Guaner's eyes narrowed slightly as a cunning smile appeared on her face. "Then tell me honestly how you killed Chu Jian. I'm quite curious. Can't you just ask Senior Li yourself?" Xianxia felt a slight headache. Senior Li has been taking care of Great Commander Han Fei these past few days, and has also been dealing with the members of our clan that were close to Chu Jian. She's very busy. How can I bother her with such trivial things? Guaner pouted, her red lips puckering attractively. "I'm also quite busy," Xianxia sternly replied. "How are you busy?" Guaner swept her eyes over his lazy figure before shouting, "Good. Then I'll just go find Senior Li now and tell her that you're a rogue who was blinded by my beauty and tried to force yourself onto me." "Guaner, you mustn't be rude." From the void, a light scolding voice rang out. The air distorted and Li Rong, Han Fei, and Hua Mo appeared on the scene. Guaner's expression became slightly awkward as she quickly waved her hands. "Senior Li, I was just joking with him. He didn't really do anything to me." Knowing her little argument with Xianxia was heard by Li Rong, Guaner was apparently worried that she would believe her and really punish Xianxia. "I know," Li Rong gently nodded. "But don't say he didn't do anything to you. Even if he really did do something, it would be your honor." Guaner's jaw couldn't help dropping as she carefully digested the words her respected Senior Li had just said, becoming completely dumbstruck in the process. Although officially she was just an ordinary clansman, she had always been together with Li Rong, so her status in Demon God Citadel was not low. Plus, Guaner was quite beautiful and her aptitude was good. Thus many young men in the Citadel had intentions towards her, similar to Pan Lang who was thrashed by Xianxia a while ago. However, no matter how those people begged, Li Rong never showed the meaning of betrothing Guaner to them, because Li Rong felt that none of those young men were worthy of Guaner. Li Rong had always said that she would find a suitable candidate for Guaner to marry or wait for the one in question to find someone she was interested in herself. But now, Li Rong had actually said such words. How could Guaner not be shocked? How was being together with this human possible a good thing? Sorry I've made you wait a few days. I really couldn't get away. Li Rong nodded to Yang Kai gently. No problem. It gave me a chance to relax anyways. Yang Kai laughed. Guaner's brow wrinkled slightly as she noticed that Senior Li had a different attitude towards this human this time. She couldn't tell why, but Guaner now felt like Senior Li was actually somewhat cautious and respectful when she was addressing him. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Guaner couldn't help feeling a bit scared. Not only her, Han Fei and Huaramo also didn't understand and thus had suspicions of their own. Even if this human boy was able to use the demon god transformation and restrain their ancient demon clan, was that really reason enough to act respectfully towards him? Them not executing him for stealing their demon god transformation was already showing him great benevolence. Han Fei, Huaramo, I know that you have doubts in your hearts, just like Sir has. Sir. Besides Li Rong, everyone else inside the stone room gasped in unison and stared towards Yang Kai. Don't look at me. I'm just as confused as you are, Yang Kai said. I'll explain everything now. Li Rong smiled. Please sit down. Saying so, she sat in front of Yang Kai. Han Fei and Huaramo glanced at one another and saw each other's helplessness. But in the end they decided to trust Li Rong and also sat down beside her. Li Rong looked at Yang Kai gently for a moment before lightly saying, Please lower your soul's defenses. We need to enter your knowledge sea. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed upon hearing this request. Enter my knowledge sea? Yes. Only there can I explain everything clearly and allow Han Fei and Huaramo to believe what I say. You're not afraid? Yang Kai stared towards Li Rong meaningfully. Li Rong slowly shook her head. As long as we have no malicious intent towards you, it won't hurt us. Wasn't that also the case last time? Han Fei and Huaramo both wore confused looks upon their faces, neither of them understanding what Yang Kai and Li Rong were talking about. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Fine, I'll allow you to enter my knowledge sea, but don't try to look through my memories. If any of you dares do so, don't blame me for being impolite. Of course. Li Rong nodded heavily. None of us has such poor taste. Who would want to spy on your memories? Han Fei spat disdainfully. Huaramo also laughed. This old man doesn't have such bad hobbies. Then come in. Yang Kai nodded, closing his eyes and sinking his consciousness into his knowledge sea. His soul avatar soon appearing and lowering all of his knowledge sea's defenses. The next moment, he noticed that 3 powerful spiritual energy masses poured into his knowledge sea, and immediately, the soul avatars of the 3 great commanders of the ancient demon clan appeared in front of him. At that moment, everyone in the stone room became motionless. Guaner stood aside. A mix of anxiety and curiosity plastered on her face as she glanced around at the figures before her, suddenly waving her fist towards Yang Kai and snorting cutely. She knew that the 3 great commanders and this human brat were discussing some secrets at the moment and that she was not qualified to intervene. Naturally, she didn't dare to try to sneak into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, so all she could do was sit around outside and wait. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, wisps of flame whipped about. Whether it was Li Rong, Han Fei, or Huaramo, none of them could help instinctively using their spiritual energy to protect themselves from this uncomfortable feeling. The ancient demon clan all hated this blistering aura. Li Rong was even more surprised than the other 2 though. The last time she was here, Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea was far less powerful than it was now. Now, the scorching heat here was now able to give even her some faint pressure. Suddenly she understood. After all, Yang Kai had swallowed more than a dozen conflagrated knowledge seas, so obviously his soul had experienced some growth. Can you please clear a place for us to speak more comfortably? Li Rong suggested. Yang Kai thought about it and knew that these 3 were truly a bit uncomfortable here, so he quickly pointed to an island in the distance. Let's go there. That place isn't affected by my conflagrated knowledge sea. In the direction he was pointing, the 3 great commanders saw a 5-colored island that seemed to be floating atop the flaming sea. Their eyes sparkling slightly, they quickly followed Yang Kai to the island. As soon as their soul avatars set foot on this five-colored island, the three ancient demon clan saints were all shocked. How can my soul be gaining strength inside your knowledge sea? Han Fei stared at Yang Kai in amazement. I can also feel my spiritual energy growing slightly, Huaramo said with a look of shock. What is this five-colored island? Li Rong smiled happily and asked curiously as she glanced around. She naturally felt that the reason their spiritual energies were being strengthened, even thought they were inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, was entirely because of this strange treasure island. Did you come here to discuss such things? Yang Kai said indifferently, showing no intention to answer them. The five-colored soul-warming lotus was able to nourish and repair all things related to one's soul. So the three great commanders' soul avatars were obviously able to obtain some benefits by being around it, though these benefits were incredibly small. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was different. As the owner of the five-colored soul-warming lotus, over many years the small yet steady stream of enhancement he received had accumulated into a significant advantage. I've spoken a bit carelessly. Li Rong gently nodded. However, it seems like you have many good things on you. Every man has a secret or two, Yang Kai said faintly. Now, I think it's about time you start explaining what exactly is going on. I'm quite curious to know the truth, and I believe Huaramo and Han Fei are the same. Hearing these words, Huaramo and Han Fei also quickly turned their attention to Li Rong. Li Rong smiled and nodded, lifting her jade hand and pointing to an object gently floating high up in the sky. Look over there. Turning their eyes in direction of her finger, Huaramo and Han Fei stared attentively. Floating above Yang Kai's knowledge sea was a single tightly closed eyeball. The moment they laid eyes on this eye, though, Huaramo and Han Fei couldn't help feeling an overwhelming desire to kneel down and submit themselves to it. Neither of them could explain why they suddenly had this feeling, both of their soul avatars trembling lightly. Can you open it like last time? Li Rong turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly and conveyed his thoughts to the golden eye. The closed eye slowly opened, and through a narrow crack, a majestic golden light appeared and flooded the three saints' eyes. It was as if a supreme master who was aloof from the world they lived in was staring down at them indifferently. Under such an intense gaze, all of them suddenly felt tiny and insignificant, as if this gaze was capable of turning them all into dust and erasing them from the world if it so chose to. Huaramo and Han Fei shuddered even more, and even Li Rong's tender body couldn't help trembling slightly. Do you too recognize this? Li Rong asked, a look of excitement on her face as her breathing became somewhat quick. Her gaze locked solidly on this golden eye, completely unwilling to look away from it despite the intimidating feeling it gave her. The demon eye of annihilation? After a brief moment of silence, Huaramo suddenly exclaimed. Han Fei also shivered, her face filling with excitement as she turned to Li Rong and asked, Is this really the demon eye of annihilation? Without a doubt, it is exactly as it is described in the records left behind by our ancestors. Also, the last time I experienced its golden light, I could feel a terrifying power of destruction. Besides it being the demon eye of annihilation, I can think of no other possible explanation. Li Rong's proud chest heaved up and down, highlighting her lack of inner calm despite her attempts to speak coherently. The heavens have eyes. In this old man's lifetime, I am actually able to bear witness to the demon eye of annihilation. Huaramo couldn't help calling out in joy, immediately kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to the giant golden eye. Following his example, Li Rong and Han Fei also kneeled down and solemnly worshipped the floating eye. Yang Kai's brain froze up for a moment as he stared dumbfounded at this scene. At that moment, three beams of golden light suddenly shot out from the solitary golden eye and precisely struck the three kneeling soul avatars. Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically, but he quickly managed to regain his composure, because he found that after being illumined by the golden light, the three saints' soul avatars not only didn't disappear, remaining completely unharmed, but instead showed looks of incredibly joy, as if some kind of shackle which had bound them had been lifted, closing their eyes as they immersed themselves in this wondrous feeling. Yang Kai carefully observed them and quickly discovered that they were receiving something from the golden light, so he did not attempt to interrupt them, standing to the side and waiting quietly. A moment later, the solitary golden eye closed once more. After waiting for a long time, the three great commanders opened their eyes again. At that moment, Yang Kai clearly noticed that their three soul avatars were much stronger than before. It seemed like the benefits they received weren't small. Yang Kai became pensive. At this moment, he also realized that the solitary golden eye had a deep connection with the ancient demon clan. But what exactly this relationship was, he wasn't clear. The three people all were aware of the changes they had undergone as well, looks of excitement appearing on their faces as they quickly exchanged a glance before turning towards Yang Kai and respectfully cupping their fists. "Greetings, Master." Yang Kai's brow wrinkled deeply and a forced smile crept onto his face. "Ahem. What exactly is the situation? Do all of you have some kind of misunderstanding?" "No, there is no misunderstanding or mistake. Starting today, you are the leader of my ancient demon clan." Li Rong stared towards Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Surprisingly, Hua Mo and Han Fei made no attempt to refute her, instead nodding solemnly in agreement. "Is this some kind of big joke?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled even further. "I'm just an ordinary human while all of you belong to the demon race. The blood flowing in our veins is completely different. How can I suddenly be the leader of your ancient demon clan? Please be patient, Master. I will explain everything in detail." Li Rong smiled and pointed towards the sky. "May I ask, where did Master acquire the demon eye of annihilation?" Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. "It's not convenient for me to disclose that, although he could make up a random explanation. Trying to use such a petty trick in front of three Saint Realm Masters was pointless. Since they seemed to be treating him completely sincerely, Yang Kai also didn't want to deceive them. "And then I won't ask about it any further." Li Rong didn't mind, laughing lightly. "Master surely has some suspicions about us right now, which is only natural. You acting with such prudence is appropriate. If you were to suddenly expose all of your secrets, we would have to consider whether handing our ancient demon clan over to such an incompetent person was appropriate. However, your performance is indeed worthy of one chosen by Sir Great Demon God." "The Great Demon God?" Yang Kai's brow rose. "What does any of this have to do with him?" "The demon eye of annihilation was the eye of Sir Great Demon God," Li Rong replied. Yang Kai was stunned. "Master, you have lived in Demon God Citadel for more than a year now, and should have heard a lot of rumors about Sir Great Demon God." Yang Kai nodded slightly. On the way back from the volcano, Li Rong had also talked at length about the Great Demon God. It turned out that her bringing him up wasn't just her making conversation, but her deliberate attempt to inform him about the Great Demon God. "Good. That makes it easier for me to explain." Li Rong exhaled lightly and continued. "Sir Great Demon God was a supreme powerhouse who was able to shake the entire Tongxian realm. According to the records of our ancestors, no one was worthy to stand side by side with Sir Great Demon God. During his time, the demon race's dominion was unchallenged and all other races were but vassals of our demon race. Among the clans of the demon race, my ancient demon clan had the noblest of bloodlines and were the direct servants of Sir Great Demon God." When Li Rong spoke about this glorious past, a look of pride appeared on her face and even Han Fei and Hua Mo showed looks of longing. Sir Great Demon God's cultivation was tyrannical. No one was his opponent, but because his strength was so strong, and there was no one here who could challenge him, he broke from off this world's shackles and set out alone in search of greater heights on the martial Tao. According to many of our ancient records, he successfully left this realm, but where he went, no one knows. There are also some ancient books that say he failed, his soul was destroyed, and he was never seen again. No one knows the whole truth. However, it now appears that Sir Great Demon God indeed failed to ascend to a higher plane. Otherwise he would not have left behind his demon eye of annihilation." Li Rong said, suddenly wearing a forlorn expression. "Sir Great Demon God sealed my clan inside this mysterious small world before leaving because he knew once he departed, the demon race would be greatly weakened and the other races would surely take the opportunity to counterattack. As the closest servants of Sir Great Demon God, we would be facing the threat of extermination, which is why my clan was sent here. However, Sir Great Demon God did not mean to imprison us here forever and deliberately left a solution. When we finally succeeded in leaving this place, the world would have mostly forgotten about our ancient demon clan and would no longer target us because of our role as servants of Sir Great Demon God. Although Sir Great Demon God may no longer be among us, even if it is just one of his eyes, it is not something an ordinary person can acquire. Since you can possess the demon eye of annihilation, it means that Sir Great Demon God has already recognized your ability, and as the servants of Sir Great Demon God, our ancient demon clan will naturally recognize you as well. So, from now on, you are the master of my ancient demon clan and we will serve you faithfully like our ancestors served Sir Great Demon God. You were certainly sent here by Sir Great Demon God to save my clan from their long imprisonment here, Li Rong declared solemnly. After listening to Li Rong's explanation, Yang Kai was speechless for a long time. If what this woman said was true, Yang Kai could understand why her attitude towards him had suddenly changed. It would only be natural for such a change to occur after she recognized the great demon god's demon eye of annihilation. But that was just her side of the story, not enough to fully convince Yang Kai. This is all one big coincidence. The reason why I am here is because I was accidentally captured by the coffin-carrying man. Are you certain that what is in my knowledge sea is really the demon eye of annihilation? Absolutely. Not only did Li Rong nod, but even Hua Mo and Han Fei showed a look of certainty. We are the blood descendants of the ancient demon clan. Our ancestors were the closest servants of Sir Great Demon God. We will not be mistaken about this. And who is to say that you being sent here wasn't the result of Sir Great Demon God's guidance? Even so, you don't have to follow the example of your ancestors, pledging your fealty to me, this kind of thing. Heh, honestly, I'm not too interested. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Li Rong was stunned. But after thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly understood what Yang Kai was hesitant about. Although he had been able to suppress all of their ancient demon clan when he used his demon god transformation, his cultivation right now was still only Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. Without the demon god transformation, many of her clansmen could easily put him to death. If he wanted their clan to truly submit to him, it would be impossible without him having absolute strength. If Master is concerned about his own strength not being sufficient, then there's no need to worry. The three of us expressing our opinion to you right now is not because of your current strength, but your future potential. I believe that since the demon eye of annihilation chose you, your future accomplishments will not be worse off when compared to Sir Great Demon God. You seem to have a great deal of faith in me. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled, his expression quickly becoming solemn. Let's not talk about this for now. For the moment, I am interested in other things. If that is what Master wishes, then please do say. Li Rong did not want to force Yang Kai to agree now. She knew if she pushed too hard it would only be counterproductive. For now, this human boy was still suspicious of her ancient demon clan. I heard that Demon God Citadel has many martial skills and secret arts that are related to your demon god transformation? Li Rong smiled lightly. If it's about that, there's no need for you to ask. You will have free access to all of those techniques. Master's demon god transformation should have been obtained directly from the demon eye of annihilation, correct? If so, then it is the most orthodox demon god transformation. Since the power of Sir Great Demon God flows through Master's body, it is reasonable to understand it as such. Yang Kai didn't say anything. Li Rong's speculation was actually wrong. He had no idea about what the demon god transformation was before he came to this mysterious small world, and his devil transformation technique wasn't obtained from the demon eye of annihilation, but rather from the mysterious unyielding golden skeleton. Master, I am only trying to speak the truth. I hope you won't be angry. Li Rong giggled as she observed Yang Kai's reactions. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders in response. Master's demon god transformation is too overbearing, and although it already has the ability to restrain all of my clan, your understanding of the technique seems to be very shallow, so you are unable to exert its full power. Right now, Master's demon god transformation is still only at the initial stage. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but quickly became pleasantly surprised and asked, "You mean, My demon god transformation can still be further strengthened? Indeed, Li Rong nodded. If not so, then how would my ancient demon clan be able to guard and fight alongside you? Currently, when Yang Kai displayed his demon god transformation, everyone from the ancient demon clan around him would be paralyzed. If they tried to fight an enemy in that state, they would only die in vain. Even a master like Li Rong would be easily killed by a cultivator far weaker than her if she was incapable of defending herself. At the very least, you must cultivate your demon god transformation to the second level. Only by achieving the second level will you be able to freely control your ability to restrain my ancient demon clan, allowing us to fight together, Li Rong quickly said. Interesting, Yang Kai smiled. Before he had enough strength to convince the ancient demon clan to submit to him, Yang Kai was not interested in Li Rong and the others announcing their desire to serve him, because his ability was definitely not enough to convince the general public. Even if these three leaders swore an oath to him, he wouldn't accept, because if he couldn't display enough competence in the role, it would only lead to their dissatisfaction and cause them to slowly despise him. During the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had already had a similar experience with the Yang family, so he had some understanding of these matters. But studying the demon god transformation was something he was interested in. Yang Kai would never let go of any opportunity to increase his strength. You can look for me at any time to read those ancient books? Li Rong gently nodded. Then let's do so tomorrow. You've told me so much today that I need some time to digest all of it, Yang Kai said. Very well, your servants will calmly await master's arrival. Also, don't call me that way. It feels awkward. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. The more this woman who was 100 times stronger than him called him master, the more uncomfortable he felt. Then, how should we address you? We'll do as you like. Just call me like you did before. Yang Kai smiled. Your clansmen, if they hear you calling me master, well, I'm not sure what they'd think. At the very least it would provoke some unnecessary disputes. Li Rong laughed in spite of trying not to. You've thought things through quite thoroughly. The ancient demon clan has always taken the 4 great commanders as their leaders. As long as we 3 recognize you, everyone will recognize you, but since you insist, I won't insist. Good. I'll let you get some rest. We'll retire first. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Li Rong and Hua Mo nodded back and their soul avatars quickly withdrew. Han Fei hesitated for a moment, a complicated expression flashing across her face. Is there something else? Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. No. I just wanted to thank you for saving me back at the volcano. You also saved me, so neither of us owes the other. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Even so, a few days from now I'll send you something. Perhaps it will be of use to you. Send me something? What? You'll understand when you see it, Han Fei said before also withdrawing from Yang Kai's knowledge sea. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he discovered that the 3 great commanders had yet to leave his room and were instead standing in front of him, Li Rong smiling as she said, I forgot to ask, do you want to change your room? This place was originally only meant as an alchemy room. Before she was certain about the speculations she had about Yang Kai, Li Rong hadn't wanted to offer him too much in terms of accommodations and privileges, lest it draws suspicions from her subordinates. But now that she was certain, naturally she wanted to provide him with better living conditions. No need. I've grown used to this place. I can practice alchemy here whenever I want. Yang Kai shook his head. About our alchemy request? Li Rong smiled awkwardly. Before now it was just trade between you and my clan, but now that circumstances have changed, if you no longer want to. You don't have to worry about that. I was sincere when I originally told you I wanted to study alchemy. I should really be thanking you for providing me with such a good opportunity to do so. Hearing this, Li Rong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as she directed a grateful look towards Yang Kai. Now, Li Rong naturally couldn't demand Yang Kai to continue pursuing the alchemic way. If he were to strongly refuse, she would have no choice but to acquiesce. Would you like us to send you a few maidservants to take care of your needs? The young girls from my clan, whether it is their beauty or temperament, are no less outstanding than those from your human race. Li Rong bit her lip and asked blushingly. Hua Mo's expression remained indifferent, seemingly thinking that all human males were lascivious by nature. However, Han Fei couldn't help but cough a little. her expression a bit unnatural as she averted her gaze. Just Guaner is fine. There's no need to send anyone else. Yang Kai knew what Li Rong was referring to. He was, after all, a young man. The need to relieve himself was normal, and now that more than a year had passed since he had come here, Li Rong was obviously taking into consideration his needs with respect to women as well, although her having other motives as well could not be ruled out. If Yang Kai became involved with one of the girls from her clan and developed feelings for her, tying him to the ancient demon clan would become much simpler. As you wish? Li Rong gently nodded, a meaningful light flashing across the depths of her eyes as she turned to Guaner and seriously told her. Just like before, you will be responsible for his care. Be sure to meet any request he has. Any request? What about if he? Guaner asked in confusion. Even that. His words are your orders from now on, Li Rong firmly declared. Guaner was dumbfounded. When she had first been sent to take care of Yang Kai, Li Rong had told her that as long as it wasn't excessive, she was to do her best to fulfill this human boy's requests. But now, in front of his face, she had been told to fully satisfy any request he made. Senior Li's attitude towards this human boy had really changed dramatically. As Guaner stood there absent-mindedly, Li Rong and the other great commanders left, and by the time she had come to her senses, only she and Yang Kai remained inside the stone room. Snorting lightly, she waved her fists threateningly towards Yang Kai like a young female tiger, ready to pounce, as she ground her teeth and accused. You bastard! What did you say to my mistress? Why is she so attentive to you now? I didn't say anything really. We just talked casually. Your human race really is sinister and deceitful. Guaner glared back at him, obviously not believing a word he said, snorting as she continued. Mistress said I am to meet any of your requests. You won't ask anything shameless of me, will you? I won't. You really won't? I don't believe you, you have to swear to me. Yang Kai let out a long sigh, feeling a slight headache coming on from listening to this girl's incessant chatter. Thinking about it for only a brief moment, he took out a big piece of crystal stone and tossed it to Guaner. Play with that for a while and stop bothering me. Guaner put on a disdainful look and shot back. You want to buy me off with a single crystal stone? Aren't you looking down on me a bit too much? Yang Kai quickly took out another piece and handed it over. Nodding righteously, Guaner took it turned around to leave, a big joyful grin on her face. The stone room had finally become quiet again. Reflecting back on the conversation he just had with the three great commanders inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai still couldn't quite believe it had happened. Although he had been studying alchemy for the past year, he had never stopped thinking about his future plans. After all, it was impossible for him to accept being imprisoned here by the ancient demon clan forever. Now, unexpectedly, due to a series of accidents and coincidences, he had somehow managed to seize the initiative. Now, assuming all of this was real, he didn't have to worry about whether he would be imprisoned here. Whether Li Rong's words were credible, Yang Kai couldn't be certain, but he felt that this beautiful mature woman wasn't deceiving him, because lowering her status and showing such goodwill towards him really didn't have any advantage to her. Yang Kai subconsciously trusted her somewhat. However, as a result of their conversation, many things that had puzzled Yang Kai for many years had finally become clear. At the very least, he understood that the original owner of his wordless black book was the great demon god. The wordless black book had been inadvertently obtained by Yang Kai, and he had initially been using it as a pillow. However, after a strange dream and accepting its unyielding will, the wordless black book had opened a whole new world to him. Yang Kai was able to confirm that the original owner of this black book was the great demon god from the story Han Fei had told him below the volcano. She had said that great demon god had obtained a massive piece of soulstone at some point, and although it was unknown what he had used it for, the scraps left over when he was done had been forged into the 4 void rings that were currently worn by the 4 great commanders of the ancient demon clan. It seemed like that large block of soulstone that great demon god obtained in the past had been used to create the wordless black book, which meant that the black book and the 4 void rings Li Rong and the other great commanders had originated from the same source. If that was the case, then the owner of his unyielding golden skeleton was also likely the great demon god. In the past, The great demon god had wanted to break free of this world's shackles and explore a higher realm, but the result was his failure and the destruction of his body. However, he had somehow managed to preserve his bones. Because the unyielding golden skeleton originally belonged to the great demon god, it was only natural for it to be filled with demonic energy. The unyielding golden skeleton, incense burner, true Yang's secret art, myriad drug liquid, and demon eye of annihilation were legacies that had been passed down to him by the great demon god. However, Yang Kai's growth had also deviated somewhat from great demon god's expectations. When he visited Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai had obtained the entire true alchemic way, which was not something the great demon god had intended him to inherit. Perhaps great demon god wanted his successor to wholeheartedly pursue the martial peak and not be disturbed by the alchemic way. Thinking about it, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he suddenly remembered something. Guaner had once told him that the ancient demon race had produced a top-notch alchemist, one that all the alchemy grandmasters couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with. Had that supreme grandmaster alchemist been the great demon god? If not, where would he have obtained the true alchemic way? Although it was just a guess, it was a very likely possibility. Yang Kai's eyes flickered brilliantly, his mind rapidly turning as he carefully sifted through all the information he had and all the things he had experienced over the past few years, gradually becoming clear about many things that had once confused him. Senior Li, although he has the demon eye of annihilation, isn't it too much to just hand over total control of our clan to him? Once they had left the stone room, Huaramo suddenly said. A touch of worry surfaced on his face. Although when he first saw the demon eye of annihilation, Huaramo had been overwhelmed with excitement. After calming down and carefully considering the big picture, he couldn't help feeling that Li Rong's decision was not quite appropriate. And there are quite a few questionable points, like how he acquired the demon eye of annihilation in the first place. Of course, the most important issue is that he is human. Han Fei nodded and agreed with Huaramo. Li Rong just smiled lightly and replied, the demon eye of annihilation choosing him is equivalent to Sir Great Demon God choosing him. We only need to follow the teachings of our ancestors. As for him being human, that's only for now. As for later, we'll have to wait and see. Hearing all this, Huaramo and Han Fei went silent for a moment. Well, his performance is still satisfactory. Huaramo took a step back and nodded. I thought a young man like him would act impulsively, and upon hearing our ancient demon clan swear loyalty to him would immediately accept it. I hadn't expected him to actually decisively refuse. Not only had Yang Kai refused, from start to finish he hadn't even shown any excitement. It seemed like for him, whether he obtained the ancient demon clan's allegiance or not was irrelevant. If he wasn't extremely foolish or overconfident, then he must have already experienced a great many storms and possessed a deep understanding of his own capabilities and abilities. However, it was impossible for this young man to be an arrogant fool. The scene where Yang Kai had killed Chu Jian still flashed across Huamo's thoughts from time to time, sending chills down his back. As such, the only explanation left was that he knew very clear about his own weight and would not make a rash decision before he has absolute certainty. Such people often relied on their own ability to do things rather than allow their fate to be controlled by others. That's why I said Sir Great Demon God's vision was not wrong. Li Rong smiled happily. Just you wait, within 5 years, our clan will obtain its freedom from this mysterious small world and once again return to the world our ancestors came from. Huaimo and Han Fei's visions trembled lightly, a look of expectation flashing across their eyes. It had been thousands of years at least since they were sealed inside this mysterious small world by Sir Great Demon God. The world would have long forgotten about this clan that served as his most loyal servants and trusted right arm. The sun, moon, and stars, the grand rivers and vast endless seas. Such scenes were things that their clansmen had only been able to dream of for generations. The lifelong dream of each of their clansmen had been to leave this place and finally see these wondrous sights. I hope that in my lifetime, such a day will come to pass. Huamo took a deep breath and slowly regained his composure. Demon God Citadel was an octagonal-shaped building. This building wasn't very tall, but it had its own unique sense of architectural beauty. Each of its 8 walls had been decorated with ornate carvings of ancient birds and beasts that seemed to fly and swim from window to window. Under the leadership of Guaner, Xianxia walked into the octagonal building. After a night of contemplation, Xianxia had sorted out most of his thoughts. Regardless of what the ancient demon clan was planning, his ultimate goal was still to improve his strength. That had never changed. Only when he was stronger than anyone else could he truly live freely in this world and not be bound by others. Therefore, how the ancient demon clan treated him was irrelevant. He just needed to stick to the path he had decided upon. "Mistress is inside, you can go in." Guaner reached out and opened the door, standing aside once she was done. Xianxia nodded lightly and walked in. Inside the room, Li Rong was sitting on a chair beside a small table. Upon seeing Xianxia come in, she quickly stood up and politely greeted him with a smile. "You've come. And good. The things you requested have been prepared." Li Rong gently waved towards several old books on the table beside her. "These are all the manuals regarding the demon god transformation. You can look through them freely. And thank you for all your hard work." Li Rong's eyes flickered slightly as she pursed her lips and said, "I am willing to not call you master in accordance with your request. But in return, please don't act so polite towards us. It feels like you are treating us like outsiders." Xianxia stared indifferently for a moment before finally nodding. "Then we'll both act a bit more casual." Li Rong showed a faint smile. Xianxia stepped forward and picked up one of the ancient books before sitting down on the chair Li Rong had been occupying until now. These secret manuals were indeed all about the demon god transformation. Instructions for the ancient demon clan's clansmen on how to cultivate the demon god transformation, how to control and develop their demon crests, even some notes about how to improve their efficiency and combat strength while in their transformed state. Every book here was quite precious and contained secrets that not many of the ancient demon clan was privileged enough to access. Xianxia had only just begun looking through them, yet his eyes were already growing brighter and more excited. These ancient books all contained profound knowledge about the demon god transformation. Without exception, these secret manuals recorded the very essence of the demon god transformation. As if he had found some invaluable treasure, Xianxia quickly became immersed in the study of these ancient records. Seeing him enter this kind of focused state so quickly, Li Rong smiled and left Xianxia's side, poured herself a cup of fragrant tea, and sat down quietly and waited. Immersing one's consciousness into their demon crests, guiding these demon crests to spread across their body, inspiring the power contained within these demon crests with one's own demonic chi to enhance oneself. In their initial form, the demon crests only spread across one's body, just like when Xianxia currently used his devil transformation. In their second form, his demon crests would become integrated into his physique, so even if he activated his demon god transformation, his outward appearance wouldn't undergo any changes. What Li Rong wanted Xianxia to do was to quickly achieve this second form. At that point, even if he activated the demon god transformation in front of the ancient demon clan's clansmen, they would not be negatively affected and retain their combat strength. The third form would allow his demon crests to completely merge with his bones, bringing about an even greater boost in strength. Xianxia was fascinated by all of this, because he had already experienced the demon god transformation many times. After learning everything recorded in these ancient manuals, his understanding of this technique would increase many-fold. As for the rest, like how to actually apply these techniques, that could only be obtained through continued cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia put down the last ancient manual in front of him and closed his eyes. After a while, his eyes opened and he stared towards Li Rong with enthusiasm. "Is there a suitable place inside Demon God Citadel for me to enter secluded retreat and cultivate the Demon God transformation? I've already prepared an appropriate room." Li Rong smiled. "Come with me." Saying so, she stood up and walked over to a nearby bookshelf, pushing on a few of the old books to activate a mechanism which opened the shelf, revealing a passageway behind it that lead deep underground. Li Rong walked in and Xianxia followed. The sides of this passageway were lined with torches, so it wasn't dark, and down below there should be some kind of secret room. After descending for quite some time, the pair arrived at a large empty room, even wider and taller than the stone room Xianxia had been using to study alchemy. Around the edges of the room were a number of black stones that Xianxia faintly perceived were emitting a strange kind of energy fluctuation. This is where I usually cultivate. Here, you can boldly activate the demon god transformation without worrying about affecting my clansmen. Li Rong softly explained, next pointing to the black stone pillars. These are energy sealing stones. They are naturally able to block the transmission of all kind of energy. Once you enter, I will activate them to erect a barrier around you. Understood. Let's get started. Xianxia couldn't wait, instantly leaping forward and landing in the center of the room. Seeing this, Li Rong smiled and shook her head, whispering softly under her breath, "So impatient." Saying so, she calmly began pouring her demonic qi into a nearby panel, activating the energy-sealing stones which soon erected a hemispherical transparent barrier. Xianxia glanced over at Li Rong to confirm everything was prepared, the latter nodding back at him gently. Taking off his shirt and sitting down cross-legged, Xianxia lifted his right hand to his forehead. Devil transformation. As the heavens and earth shook, the barrier formed by the energy-sealing stones swayed as ripples propagated across its surface. On Xianxia's upper body, a large number of demon crests began to appear. These demon crests were like snakes, climbing up his chest and back, forming a complex and imposing pattern. His strength and blood force rose rapidly as his combat power soared. Xianxia clearly felt how powerful he was at the moment. In the distance, Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at this sight and muttered, "Sure enough, it really is different." Despite the similarities between Xianxia's and the ancient demon clan's demon god transformations, Li Rong was still aware of certain differences. It was impossible for an ordinary ancient demon clansman's demon god transformation's demon crests to cover such a large area of their body. Even when a master as powerful as Li Rong used her demon god transformation, only her abdomen, chest, neck, and face would be covered by demon crests. However, from what Li Rong could see, this human boy's demon crests covered his upper half, back and front, and were it not for his pants covering his lower half, she suspected she would see demon crests extending downwards from his waist as well. In other words, his demon crests covered his entire body. This was, without a doubt, the most orthodox form of the demon god transformation. This discovery even made Li Rong somewhat jealous. Inside the barrier, Xianxia carefully felt the changes in his body before attempting to immerse his consciousness into his demon crests in an attempt to control them and integrate them into his physique. Once he had successfully combined his demon crests with his physical body and merged their essence into his bloodstream, he would have successfully reached the second form and the strength he could display would increase again. This was a difficult process, but Xianxia was both meticulous and dedicated in his efforts. Time passed by quickly. After a dozen days, a beautiful figure appeared in the underground secret room. Li Rong, who had been paying attention to Xianxia's progress here, turned and looked at Han Fei. Gently nodding, Li Rong then turned her attention back to Xianxia. Why did he take off his clothes? Han Fei glanced over at Xianxia inside the barrier, her face blushing slightly as she muttered in dissatisfaction. It's easier for him to observe the progress of integrating his demon crests this way. Haha. Li Rong laughed lightly. What are you embarrassed about? Both of us are many times his age. What's wrong with seeing him topless? Han Fei looked a little unnatural and asked softly, "How is his progress?" "Good?" Li Rong nodded with satisfaction. He can already merge some of his demon crests into his body. I would guess that after at most a month he will achieve the second form. So fast. Han Fei was quite surprised. Sir Great Demon God's vision is indeed outstanding. If his aptitude wasn't so high, how could Sir Great Demon God feel relieved allowing him to inherit the demon eye of annihilation? It seems I've still looked down on him. Han Fei narrowed her eyes slightly. I used to think it was only his luck that was good. Then you should take some time to re-examine him. Later, our clan will probably become his servants. Li Rong smiled, suddenly turning her attention to a small jade box in Han Fei's hand. What's that? Han Fei replied, what I promised to give him a few days ago. Saying so, Han Fei opened the jade box for a moment before quickly closing it again. Li Rong couldn't help covering her mouth in amazement as she muttered, Isn't that the wind and thunder wings? Why are you gifting him that? He may be able to refine this thing, Han Fei smiled and replied. Why do you say that? Even we haven't been able to refine them, Li Rong asked curiously. The wind and thunder wings was a pair of strange wings formed from a heavenly Tao law. It was unknown which senior from their ancient demon clan had originally obtained it, but after changes owners a number of times, it had eventually ended up in Han Fei's hands. Han Fei had been trying to refine the wind and thunder wings for many years, but each time she had failed. This pair of wind and thunder wings was extremely valuable, and was one of the most remarkable of the ancient demon clan's treasures. Li Rong had also tried refining it a number of times, but just like Han Fei, she had been rejected by them and finally had to give up. But now, unexpectedly, Han Fei had actually taken them out and was preparing to give them to Yang Kai. Even though we can't refine them, he may be able to, because he already has a pair of wings formed by a heavenly Tao law. He also has one? Li Rong was shocked. Han Fei nodded lightly, briefly describing what had happened below the volcano. As Li Rong listened, her beautiful eyes glistened, only collecting herself after a long silence and asking, if what you say is true, then he really might be able to refine them, but are you willing to up such a precious treasure? I didn't think you were so optimistic about him. Were you? Han Fei smiled faintly. There's no harm in giving this to him. If he can't refine them, it just means his ability is insufficient. On the other hand, if he can refine them, it will serve as my thanks for him saving my life. Also, because of him, our clan managed to obtain so many crystal stones. Compared to the development of our clan, this pair of dust-laden wind and thunder wings is nothing of importance. Fair enough? Li Rong nodded lightly. From the looks of it, he won't stop until he has successfully achieved the second form. Han Fei smiled lightly and no longer said anything, standing beside Li Rong as the two of them quietly watched Yang Kai from a distance. One mature, one icy, two beautiful women standing together like this made for quite an alluring sight. However, Yang Kai actually paid no attention to this marvelous sight, his entire mind completely immersed in studying his demon crests, trying to integrate them into his body, causing his flesh and blood to tremble. Cultivation knew no years. This statement was not unwarranted. Yang Kai only paid attention to the progress of his demon god transformation and had completely lost track of how much time had passed. Although his progress seemed slow, it still made Yang Kai quite happy. He was finally able to effectively control his demon crests. Nearly a month had passed and Li Rong and Han Fei were still quietly waiting outside the barrier, not showing the slightest sign of anxiousness, instead just staring dumbfounded at Yang Kai's performance. The demon god transformation was capable of bringing great strength to an ancient demon clansman's body, but it was also placed an incredible load on them. Only the ancient demon clan, with their incredibly strong bodies, could stand using it. An ordinary clansman could only maintain their demon god transformation for about an hour. Even someone as strong as Li Rong could not maintain her transformed state indefinitely. However, Yang Kai apparently could. Since he initially activated his demon god transformation a month and a half ago, he had not once dismissed his demon crests. The strength of his physical body had far surpassed any other Li Rong or Han Fei had ever heard of. Even their ancient demon clan physique was incomparable to it. A real monster. Han Fei slowly shook her head. Suddenly, there was a humming sound inside the barrier, and the last demon crests covering Yang Kai disappeared. His momentum and the intensity of his blood force not only did not fall though, but instead improved a grade. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she exclaimed, "Success!" After a month and a half of uninterrupted cultivation, Yang Kai finally managed to achieve the second form of the demon god transformation, fully integrating his demon crests into his body. Saying so, Li Rong waved her hand and opened the barrier. A wild and violent pressure suddenly descended upon them, causing Li Rong and Han Fei to instinctively resist. However, although this pressure was tyrannical, it no longer had the effect of suppressing their ancient demon clan strength and would only do so if Yang Kai intended it to. In other words, Yang Kai now truly had the power to bargain with the ancient demon clan. When he noticed that the barrier had disappeared, Yang Kai turned to see Li Rong and Han Fei in the distance, smiling lightly before jumping up and walking towards them. "How are you feeling?" Li Rong resisted the slight discomfort she felt and asked softly. "Very good, although it's still somewhat difficult for me to control." Yang Kai nodded slightly, glancing down at his bare skin where a number of his demon crests seemed to fade in and out. Being able to achieve this much in such a short time is already remarkable. With time and practice you'll become familiar with controlling them. Li Rong smiled. "Hold out your hand." Yang Kai frowned slightly, but although he didn't know what Li Rong wanted to do, he still extended his hand to her. Faster than Yang Kai could blink, Li Rong's jade-white hand swiped at his palm, opening a small cut. Blood began leaking out. Because he didn't sense any malicious intent from Li Rong, Yang Kai made no effort to dodge the strike, but instead just looked at her suspiciously. "Take a look at your blood carefully. Do you notice anything different from before?" Hearing this, Yang Kai looked down at his palm and was immediately startled. He discovered that there were some faint golden rays in his blood, almost like the golden light which shone from the demon eye of annihilation. However, these golden streaks were incredibly subtle. If he didn't pay close attention to it, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. But he could tell that these golden lights contained an enormous amount of power. "Demon God Golden Blood?" Han Fei's eyes lit up as she called out in alarm. "Indeed, Demon God Golden Blood." Li Rong nodded solemnly. "This is the most prominent sign that one has cultivated the second form of the demon god transformation. In our ancient books, only those who possess the golden blood of Sir Great Demon God can be considered part of the noblest lineage." Having said so, Li Rong also reached out and cut her palm. Yang Kai stared carefully and quickly found there were some faint golden rays in Li Rong's blood as well. And although the golden lights she possessed weren't as brilliant as his own, they were significantly more abundant. "This is the ultimate symbol and proof of my ancient demon clan's relationship to Sir Great Demon God," Li Rong proudly stated. Yang Kai's look became slightly strange. "Do you want to say that I too am a member of your ancient demon clan now?" "In a manner of speaking, although you were born human, your blood has now undergone a transformation because you obtained Sir Great Demon God's inheritance. Then in the future will I be human or demon? That's up to you. It's not really that important whether you're human or demon, what matters is how you perceive yourself." Li Rong smiled lightly. "But from now on, as long as you continue cultivating the demon god transformation, your demon god golden blood will become purer and purer. When your blood becomes completely golden, it will mean you have achieved mastery of the second form, and when even your bones turn golden, you will have reached the peak of the third form." Yang Kai's brow knit and didn't respond. Because of the unyielding golden skeleton, his bones were already golden. "Good. You've been cultivating for such a long time, you should relax for a while. Maintaining the demon god transformation for so long must have placed a great burden on your body. When one cultivates, rest is also important," Li Rong sincerely advised. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It was true he felt a little exhausted, and the ache he felt in his body was quite intense. After dispersing his demon god transformation, he felt much more relaxed. "Han Fei also brought you something good." Li Rong smiled warmly. "Oh, what is it?" Yang Kai turned to look at Han Fei. Han Fei stepped forward and handed Yang Kai the jade box she was holding. "Take a look yourself. Maybe it will be of some use to you. Maybe it won't. Don't get your hopes up too high though." Hearing her speak so ambiguously, Yang Kai suddenly became curious, accepting the jade box and quickly opening it. Inside the jade box, there was a pair of tiny wings only the size of his palm. This pair of wings was transparent, and didn't seem to be forged out of physical material. It was unlike any artifact he had seen. Atop these wings, there were flashes of light and swirling currents. Yang Kai felt the strong powers of wind and thunder from this pair of wings. As he held the jade box, Yang Kai revealed a surprised expression as he hurriedly asked, "What is this?" "The wind and thunder wings," Han Fei replied lightly. "It's a kind of profound treasure. No one knows what material it was created from, but both I and Li Rong have tried to refine it numerous times over the past many years, yet have never succeeded. When I saw that you already had a pair of wings that contained a heavenly Tao law, I thought I should let you try refining this." Yang Kai glanced over at her, a look of hesitation appearing on his face, feeling like he had somehow acquired something he hadn't deserved to and was just about to refuse. But at that moment, his shoulder blades suddenly gave off a dull ache, as if something was restlessly stirring, trying to break free from his body. Yang Kai expression changed, and before he could regain control of them, his flaming yang wings actually opened all on their own. It was as if his flaming yang wings and the wind and thunder wings shared some kind of subtle connection. Yang Kai couldn't help clenching the jade box and stretching out his free hand towards the wind and thunder wings. The exquisite wind and thunder wings transformed into a flash of light the moment he touched them and instantly sunk into Yang Kai's chest. At the same time, Yang Kai expression cramped, and as he suddenly felt an unbearable pain seemingly passing through his back, as if his shoulders were being ripped out of his body. His face instantly went pale and great beads of sweat began forming on his forehead, his entire body trembling violently. Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other but were both powerless to help, so all they could do was watch anxiously, praying that Yang Kai would be successful. After what seemed like an eternity to him, Yang Kai slowly stood up, panting heavily, his shoulder blades still in intense pain but now at least somewhat bearable. Seeing this scene, Li Rong couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, letting out a light laugh. It seems like you and the wind and thunder wings really are fated for one another. I haven't refined them yet. Yang Kai knit his brow, clearly feeling that there were two tyrannical energies hidden within his shoulder blades, constantly wreaking havoc on his body, the power of wind and thunder erupting from time to time, causing him a great deal of misery. It was only thanks to his incredible perseverance and resilience that he wasn't still showing a pained expression on his face. I know, Li Rong smiled. But when Han Fei and I attempted to refine them before, without exception, after taking them into our bodies, we had to force them out within an hour, or else both of us would have died long ago. I don't know how long you must persist for in order to subdue them entirely and fully refine them. I'll keep that in mind. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He already discovered that refining the wind and thunder wings was similar to refining an artifact. He would need to supply it with a steady stream of true qi in order to allow it to adapt to him and eventually surrender. Before he refined it, the wind and thunder wings was similar to a foreign object inside of him. Not only was it unusable, it was also causing harm to his body. I'll send you back to rest. You have many things to do, but you shouldn't be anxious. Just handle them one at a time. No one can grow strong all at once, Li Rong gently reminded, taking Yang Kai's hand and silently using her profound movement skill. Upon returning to the stone room, Yang Kai didn't bother attending to anything else and quickly sat on his bed, closed his eyes, and began meditating. In the octagonal building, Li Rong and Han Fei both sipped on fragrant cups of tea. After a long silence, Li Rong suddenly asked with a serious expression, Han Fei, what do you think of him? Han Fei put down her teacup and also wore a solemn face. Whether it's his aptitude, perseverance, boldness, or courage, all of them are far superior to any of our clan's juniors or even ourselves when we were his age. If he does not die young, his future will definitely be bright. Li Rong also put down her teacup and gently tapped the tabletop with her jade fingers, her elegant face showing a slightly complicated expression. Unfortunately, he was born human. If it was our ancient demon clan's blood that had originally flown through his body, everything would have been perfect. Han Fei's look changed. Li Rong, you? Li Rong laughed and shook her head. What are you imagining? I'm not so vicious. I was just thinking out loud. I am not the kind of person who fails to keep her word. Han Fei's expression loosened. After hearing Li Rong's words just now, she couldn't help thinking Li Rong was having some crooked thoughts. Li Rong suddenly smiled meaningfully. How come you seem so protective of him all of a sudden? He saved my life beneath the volcano. If it weren't for him sheltering me, I would already be dead. Han Fei replied lightly. Li Rong's smile deepened as she continued. It doesn't seem that simple to me. You even sent him your precious wind and thunder wings. Saying so, she stared at Han Fei meaningfully. You're thinking too much. He's just a child. Han Fei averted her eyes. He's no mere child. Li Rong shook her head. Good. Let's put that aside for now. I was just feeling a bit helpless. Even though we've made our position clear and fully intend to be on good terms with him, he still seems to see our ancient demon clan as outsiders. He has little sense of belonging here, much less dependence. His self-confidence and will to improve himself on his own are both very strong. That's only natural. He has enough ability to warrant his confidence. Moreover, he was captured and sent here by Coffin Slave Sr., and we have yet to really have any deep graciousness towards him. How is he supposed to have a sense of belonging here? Han Fei said somewhat bitterly. Both she and Li Rong understood that all of their ancient demon clan's hopes and dreams were dependent on Yang Kai now, but the other side had no sense of belonging or closeness to their clan. Without a certain degree of attachment and mutual trust, he would always have a sense of wariness towards them and at the very least wouldn't fully exert all his efforts to help them. If he could leave, Han Fei and Li Rong were almost certain he would not hesitate to do so and would not look back. Do you want to make him develop some kind of fondness towards our clan? Han Fei suddenly realized Li Rong's plan. That's what I intended. Li Rong did not deny it as she gently rubbed her forehead in frustration. Unfortunately, he hasn't cooperated in that respect. Our ancient books all said that young human men had lascivious natures and constantly sought after beauties. So why does he seem so disinterested? I've had Guaner accompany him for more than a year now, yet aside from the occasional joke, he hasn't even attempted to approach her. Is Guaner simply not in line with his preferences? Han Fei also felt confused. She had lived her entire life inside this mysterious small world, so her understanding of the human race was limited to what was recorded in her ancestors' books. All of those records had said that humans were cunning, sinister, and insidious, and that their desire to possess beautiful women had no limit. Then what kind of woman does he like? There are many young girls in Demon God Citadel with all kinds of temperaments and looks, but I've never seen him act anything but politely to any of them. Li Rong muttered. Come to think of it, when we were together below the volcano, despite being in complete control, he was still quite well-mannered towards me. Han Fei said thoughtfully. Would you like to test him again? Li Rong looked at Han Fei with a smile. What nonsense are you spouting? Han Fei's face went red. I'm actually not entirely joking. Li Rong's expression became awkward. We have to let him feel at least some kind of attachment to our clan, no matter what method we use, as long as it doesn't hurt him. Han Fei stared at Li Rong in shock, seeing that she really was serious about what she had just said. I won't go. Han Fei's brow furrowed deeply. Letting her seduce Yang Kai was beyond what she was capable of tolerating. Li Rong smiled and was no longer forced the issue, just letting out a deep sigh while trying to deal with her headache. With the situation being what it was currently, she could only come up with this kind of harebrained scheme. This method made her feel quite ashamed in her heart, and if she hadn't been forced into a corner now, she would never have considered trying to honey-trap Yang Kai. Although the pain on his shoulders was still severe, Yang Kai's expression now turned to indifference. He had grown accustomed to this severe pain, and it no longer interfered with his ability to circulate his true qi or refine pills. Focusing his attention and making full use of his ever-improving skill, Yang Kai dedicated himself to his study of alchemy, and after half a day's time, a fresh pill emerged from his furnace. Examining the quality of this pill, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. It was a spirit-grade mid-rank pill. Now, even without relying on supplementary spirit arrays, he was able to refine spirit-grade mid-rank pills. If he were to use a supportive spirit array and add a drop of myriad drug liquid to the ingredients, it was even possible for him to refine spirit-grade top-rank pills, meaning he was just one step away from becoming a saint-grade alchemist. Taking out a piece of crystal stone and holding it in his palm, Yang Kai meditated for a moment. After restoring himself, Yang Kai walked out of the stone room and walked to the octagonal building that Li Rong had brought him to before. Heading down to the secret room below the octagonal building, Yang Kai used his devil transformation and continued cultivating the second form of the demon god transformation. It had been several months since Chu Jian's death. Over the past few months, Yang Kai had lived a peaceful life, splitting his time between the stone alchemy room and the secret room below Demon God Citadel. Half his time was spent studying alchemy while the other half was spent cultivating the demon god transformation. Not a moment was wasted. The wind and thunder wings were hidden inside his body, and were also constantly being nourished and refined by his true qi, displaying a gratifying level of progress. Yang Kai had also made great strides in his control of the second form of the demon god transformation. More and more golden lights were apparent, and now at least a third of his blood had a golden hue. This golden blood contained an amazing amount of destructive power. In addition to that, after a few months of hard work, Yang Kai's strength had reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. His foundation was incredibly solid, and his physical body was also many times stronger than an average peak Immortal Ascension human master, while his perception of the martial Tao was not inferior to a Saint Realm master. After all, he had swallowed up the sentiments of many masters into the heavenly way contained within the remnants of their souls after their deaths. But even though this life was quite relaxed and fulfilling, Yang Kai always felt like something was missing, and to his surprise, after reaching the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, the progress of his cultivation became slower and slower. The gap between the Immortal Ascension boundary and the Transcendent Realm was massive. Back in the central capital, Transcendents were top masters. Because of the shackles of that world, very few people were capable of reaching such a height, and even the 8 great families only had 3 or 4 such masters each, while first-class forces had 1 or 2 at most, the vast majority of which were First Order. But even in Tongxian Realm, with its rich and abundant world energy, most cultivators would spend their entire lives at the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, forever unable to step into the Transcendent Realm. But overall, the number of Transcendents in this realm wasn't small. Since he arrived here, Yang Kai had seen several dozen Transcendents and even a few saints. Today's Yang Kai was currently stuck at the door to the Transcendent Realm and was having difficulties pushing past it. In the underground room of the octagonal building, Yang Kai maintained his demon god transformation while he felt his demon crests faintly pulsing, causing his blood flow to accelerate and raising his momentum to an astonishing height. In the distance, the 3 great commanders of the ancient demon clan all observed his movements with great interest, each of them repeatedly nodding in approval. Yang Kai's growth these past few months had all been witnessed by them, and each of them was quite impressed with Sir Great Demon God's successor. The only thing that still gave Li Rong a headache was the fact that even until now, she had not found any way to instill a sense of belonging to the ancient demon clan into Yang Kai. Honk! A loud bang rang out, and with Yang Kai at its center, a violent wave of energy burst forth. The 3 great commanders who had been passively observing all quickly acted, injecting their energy into the energy sealing stones to reinforce the room's barrier. The wild energy fluctuations rampaged about inside the barrier, and Yang Kai looked like he was having trouble controlling the power inside his body. It was not until sometime later that everything gradually stabilized. Li Rong and others exchanged a quick glance before quickly flying over to Yang Kai, a worried expression upon each of their faces as they asked, "How are you?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, and only after a short silence did he finally shake his head. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit restless." Restless? Li Rong was stunned. She never would have imagined that someone was calm and deliberate as Yang Kai would also have an impetuous side. "It's nothing important. I'll end my cultivation here for today and head back first," Yang Kai said, getting up and walking out. Staring at Yang Kai's slowly disappearing back, the 3 great commanders were speechless for a while. "Ha! He's not the type of person who is suitable for growing up in a greenhouse." Huaramo sighed deeply. "I'm afraid that staying here is giving him a feeling of restriction." Han Fei gently nodded. Although since the death of Chu Jian, the 3 great commanders had not placed any limitations on Yang Kai's freedom, and had even done their best to help make him feel comfortable, being stuck in this mysterious small world probably still made him feel like a prisoner. The living ancient demon clan people grew up here, so even though they all longed to leave this place, none of their clansmen felt a particular sense of repulsion towards it. But Yang Kai was different. Suddenly being snatched from an incredibly vast world, and then being tossed into this small place would inevitably make him feel uncomfortable. The 3 great commanders weren't stupid, so they naturally understood what was making Yang Kai feel so restless. "It seems we won't be able to keep him here much longer." Li Rong smiled bitterly. "I'll go talk to him." Han Fei suddenly grit her teeth and said, "All right, Be sure to see if there is some other reason as well. If it is something we can help him with, make sure he knows he's free to ask, Li Rong reminded. Han Fei gently nodded. Back inside his stone room, Yang Kai took out a bunch of herbs and held them in his hands, but for a long time simply couldn't bring himself to continue, seemingly having lost interest in practicing alchemy. Suddenly, a fragrant scent brushed past the tip of the nose. Yang Kai looked up and saw Han Fei standing there silently with her usual cold expression. Do you have some worries you'd like to talk to me about? Han Fei asked softly. Worries? Yang Kai was stunned, soon smiling lightly. What worries could I have? Then why are you feeling restless? It's nothing. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, apparently unwilling to discuss the matter. You don't want to talk about it? Han Fei stared at him fixedly. Yang Kai put on a curious expression as he asked, What is this? Is Great Commander Han Fei now also responsible for enlightening me? I'm afraid you can't handle such matters. If someone really wants to provide spiritual guidance, I'd say Li Rong is more appropriate. Am I really no good? Han Fei immediately became a bit disgruntled. You prefer to keep to yourself. How are you supposed to get others to open up to you? Yang Kai argued back. Han Fei suddenly grinned. This and that are different issues. It's normal for young people to have troubles, and regardless of anything else, I have at least lived many more years than you, so my life experience is far more abundant. As long as you're willing to discuss it with me, there's nothing I can't guide you about. In that case, do you understand the relationships between men and women? Yang Kai asked jokingly. Han Fei was suddenly stunned and unable to speak, her tender body trembling lightly. She had never had feelings for any man throughout her life, so naturally she had no idea about love. If that was really what Yang Kai was troubled about, she really couldn't help him. You just want to leave this mysterious small world, don't you? Han Fei suddenly asked coldly. When did I say that? Yang Kai felt inexplicable. What else could it be? The reason you feel restless is entirely because you feel like this world is imprisoning you. Somewhat, Yang Kai admitted calmly. I really do feel a bit restrained here. Even though we treat you so sincerely, it has nothing to do with you. It's just that I have things I need to do, people I need to find. Yang Kai shook his head as he replied, unable to understand why Han Fei was suddenly so upset. I understand. Han Fei took a deep breath, her rich chest rising and falling dramatically, exhibiting an amazing ripple of elasticity. But you don't have to worry. You won't have to stay here much longer. In a little while you'll be able to leave. What do you mean? Yang Kai suddenly looked happy. Han Fei stared back at him coldly. Coffin Slave Senior sent you here because you have a conflagrated knowledge C, which is necessary for you to refine the Saint Grade pill we require, but the rate at which your skill in alchemy has improved is too fast, leading to a shortage of herbs in this mysterious small world. It won't be long until our supply is completely exhausted. Without herbs, you can't continue improving your alchemy skill, so the only solution is for you to leave this place and seek out resources yourself. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened, and the shackles that had been binding him suddenly felt like they had shattered, giving him a renewed sense of freedom. Happy? Han Fei glared at him scornfully. Whether it is Li Rong, Hua Mo, or I, none of us ever planned on limit your freedom. If you wanted to leave, we would have arranged for it immediately. The only reason you're still here is because you're still suspicious of us and didn't dare to make such a request. Yang Kai suddenly couldn't help feeling awkward. He indeed did have such concerns. The ancient demon clan had placed all their hopes on him, so he didn't dare to ask them if he could leave. Even if they respected him and had sworn to follow him, Yang Kai didn't know if they would suddenly go back on their word if he were to make such a request. But now Han Fei had bluntly exposed his thoughts and suspicions. I just wanted to tell you, no matter what you think or do, since you are the inheritor of Sir Great Demon God, my ancient demon clan will follow the teachings of our ancestors and faithfully serve you and obey your orders for the rest of our lives. If you can't realize at least that much, then I'm afraid my clan's only fate will be to be buried in your hands. Han Fei spat out these words angrily before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai scratched his head for a while, feeling quite uncomfortable. recalling everything that had happened since Chu Jian's death, especially Li Rong and the other great commanders' attitudes towards him. Yang Kai suddenly felt somewhat ashamed. They had truly been treating him with complete sincerity, but in return he had always kept his distance from them. After some time, the air in front of Yang Kai distorted and the three great commanders appeared together. Yang Kai looked up and noticed that the three of them all wore serious expression on their faces, seemingly having made some kind of important decision. Li Rong first hurriedly apologized to Yang Kai. What Han Fei just said to you was a bit harsh, but she only said them because she was thinking about our clansmen. I hope you can understand. Han Fei also stepped forward, a somewhat awkward look upon her face as she stammered. Sorry. The one who should apologize is me. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm the one who was overthinking things and disappointed your sincerity. We also prioritized the future of our clansmen, so it is not just your fault. Li Rong smiled bitterly. But from now on, we will do our best to consider things from your perspective. Good. Do you really want to leave here? As soon as she asked this question, all three great commanders couldn't help staring at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. Han Fei couldn't help feeling somewhat lost while Hua Mo's expression did not hide his disappointment. Li Rong's expression remained unchanged though as she smiled lightly. You wanting to leave is also reasonable. Good. Then we'll send you out as soon as possible. You're not one of our clansmen, so you won't be subject to this mysterious small world's restrictions. So you are free to come and go as you please. I didn't say I would leave right away. Yang Kai shook his head. The faces of the three couldn't help brightening upon hearing this, doing their best to calmly wait for him to continue. Han Fei mentioned earlier that your supply of herbs is nearly exhausted, correct? Li Rong nodded. Demon God Citadel's supply was actually consumed some time ago, but after collecting the herbs Chu Jian had privately stored away, we managed to stretch things until now. But at the speed you perform alchemy, I'm afraid that within a month even that will be used up. Then I'll use all the remaining herbs to refine pills that will be useful to you, and once supplies run out I'll leave. Fair enough? Li Rong smiled faintly. We've been fortunate to receive your contributions this past year and a half. My clan now has many good pills to use, so our overall strength has improved significantly. On behalf of them, I sincerely thank you. You say that as if I'm an outsider. You think of yourself as an outsider anyways, so what does it matter? Han Fei said bitterly. Although she had apologized just now, that didn't mean she wasn't still angry about Yang Kai being so determined to leave. Since all of your herbs are gone, it's pointless for me to stay here. You can't possibly want me to wait here for dozens of years until your supplies are replenished in order to continue studying alchemy, right? Yang Kai smiled lightly towards her. That would be a big waste of time. When I leave here, I can seek out my own herbs to continue improving my skill in alchemy, so I can become a saint-grade alchemist sooner. His expression suddenly becoming dignified, Yang Kai solemnly declared, I promise you that when my alchemy level meets your requirements, I will definitely return here and bring all of you out. The three great commanders couldn't help trembling as they turned joyful and excited looks towards Yang Kai. Can we take your statement seriously? Li Rong asked urgently. Yes. Yang Kai nodded firmly. I have never sworn an oath to anyone about anything before. This is the first and I do not intend on breaking it. Li Rong looked at him seriously and realized that he was being sincere. Her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly becoming slightly wet as she whispered, Thank you. Han Fei and Hua Mo also quickly thanked him, feeling a deep sense of gratitude in their hearts. You can rest assured that my clan also takes places the highest of importance on our commitments and ancestral teachings. Even after we gain our freedom, we will still faithfully follow you. Li Rong quickly added, her expression incomparably firm. That's a discussion we can have later. Yang Kai smiled. For now, give me the rest of your herbs. I've already brought them, Li Rong said, reaching out and swiping her void ring, dumping a heap of herbs in front of Yang Kai's eyes. These are all the herbs we have left. I'll finish using these up as soon as possible. Yang Kai gently nodded, his mind and body feeling much more relaxed. Amidst towering snow-capped mountains, under layers of ice that were several hundred meters thick and thousands of years old. A great blizzard that seemed as if it would never end raged, making it impossible for one to see more than 100 meters in front of their face. The temperature here was extremely low. Even powerful cultivators, without special reason, would not be willing to step into this place. If one stood high up in the sky and scanned their surroundings, the only thing they would be able to see all around them was an endless world of snow and ice. Halfway up one of these snowy mountainsides was a hidden cave that led deep into the mountain's belly, the interior of which was covered in pure, translucent ice that exuded a profound chill. The power of the void suddenly filled the air, and immediately after, a red light burst forth, illuminating the entire cave, making everything inside seem extremely gloomy. A figure emerged from the void, and as if unable to control his strength, crashed face first into the ice. After picking himself up and established his foothold, Xianxia immediately sent out his powerful divine sense to check his surroundings. A moment later, his expression relaxing as he took back his divine sense. Sure enough, I'm really in the snowy mountains. Xianxia had used his divine sense to examine the terrain around here and couldn't help muttering to himself. Before exiting the mysterious small world, Li Rong told him that Coffin Slave Sr. was most likely hiding in an extremely cold and desolate environment. It seemed that her speculation was correct. Coffin Slave Sr. had been dead for innumerable years now, but even so, before his death, he was a powerful Saint Realm Master and a member of the ancient demon clan, so his body possessed incredible physical strength. Nevertheless, over the centuries, rot and decay would still occur, and the only viable way to preserve his body would be to spend most of his time in a frozen, isolated area. A cave deep inside a snowy mountain in the middle of a glacial desert was undoubtedly the ideal location. Li Rong had said that Coffin Slave Sr. would go out once every 10 years to search for cultivators that possessed conflagrated knowledge seas, continuing until he either found one or could no longer maintain his strength before return to his resting place to restore himself. Then, a decade later, he would set out again. Li Rong didn't know how many times Coffin Slave Sr. had repeated this cycle, but he had sent in more than a dozen cultivators with conflagrated knowledge seas over the years she knew about. Turning his head to the side, Xianxia immediately saw Coffin Slave Sr. sitting cross-legged, his body exuding an unbearable rancid smell that made his stomach turn. His skin filled with old wounds, sores, scabs, and pus. It wasn't clear how much longer his body would be able to last. Seeing him like this, Xianxia instinctually understood that although he didn't know what kind of obsession Coffin Slave Sr. had that compelled him to loyally carry out this mission millennia after his death, such a person was worthy of respect. Behind Coffin Slave Sr. was the blood-red coffin. The world didn't know what was hidden inside this coffin or what mysteries it concealed. But Xianxia knew that in fact what was inside was the mysterious small world he had been a guest in for the past year and a half. After reaching an understanding with Li Rong and the other great commanders, it took Xianxia only half a month to refine all the remaining herbs into pills, and after taking a day to recover, and the three leaders worked together to break the void of the mysterious small world and send Xianxia out. I wonder if they found the gift I left them yet. Xianxia thought to himself, a smiling appearing on his face as he slowly stepped forward, keeping a watchful eye on Coffin Slave Sr. He definitely didn't want to wake up this living corpse Saint Realm Master from his meditation. Although he could use his demon god transformation to suppress Coffin Slave Sr. If there were any powerful masters nearby that detected his aura, it would expose this hiding place. Fortunately, Coffin Slave Sr. seemed to be in a deep sleep and showed no signs of waking up. After a long climb, Xianxia finally exited the cave. The bone-chilling wind blew past Xianxia's skin, alerting him to just how cold and unforgiving the surrounding environment was. Shivering from the cold, Xianxia couldn't help circulating his true Yang's secret art to dispel the chill around him. Seeing the blowing snowstorm all around him, Xianxia gave up the idea of trying to find his bearings. Although he had been in Tongxian realm for more than a year and a half now, he had spent most of that time in the mysterious small world, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say he was completely unfamiliar with this world. Even if he could figure out his bearings, he still wouldn't know where to go next. With no better option available, Xianxia simply decided to set out, shooting off into the snowstorm like a lightning bolt, quickly disappearing. Above Demon God Citadel, the three great commanders stared up at a slowly closing crack in the sky. "He's gone," Han Fei muttered. Li Rong nodded. "But he'll be back." Hua Mo hesitated but was unable to stop himself eventually. "It's not that I wish to play the gentleman while thinking like a villain, but, Senior Li, why are you certain he will honor his oath?" "Instinct." Li Rong smiled faintly. "That day, when he swore to us, the look in his eyes was very sincere, so I chose to believe in him. Just wait. He will definitely come back and lead us out of this world as he promised." Hua Mo's brow furrowed, but he no longer said anything. Although he also wanted to believe Yang Kai's promise, the idea that humans were cruel, cunning, and untrustworthy was deeply ingrained in his mentality. So who knew if Yang Kai had just said such words in order to deceive them? "Mistress, mistress." At that moment, Guaner suddenly ran over in a fluster. "What's happened?" Li Rong turned her head and gently brushed her hair back behind her ear. "Look at this," Guaner said, reaching out and holding up something in her hands to the three great commanders. "A crystal stone?" Li Rong was surprised. "Where did you get it?" Although Han Fei had brought back a lot of crystal stones last time, compared to the demand of their entire clan, it still wasn't enough. So these crystal stones were currently being strictly managed by the three great commanders and were only given out at certain times to those who could truly make the best use of them. Guaner had also received a few pieces during the last distribution, but she had quickly used them up and shouldn't have any extra on her hands now. "I found it in the stone room Yang Kai was using to study alchemy. You should come and take a look. There's still a lot of them there." Guaner's face was filled with excitement as she quickly urged them. Li Rong and Han Fei exchanged a dumbfounded look before hurriedly flying off. Soon, the three great commanders came to Yang Kai's stone room, and after seeing the situation inside, they couldn't help feeling stunned. In the corner of the stone room, there was a mountain of crystal stones, the number too great to estimate. "These?" Li Rong could hardly speak, her tender body shivering as she stared excitedly. "These should be the ones he collected beneath the volcano last time," Han Fei explained. "This many." Hua Mo almost bit his tongue as his face twitched awkwardly. When they came back from the volcano last time, Han Fei had told them about the experience she and Yang Kai had under the volcano, and also that Yang Kai had acquired a huge amount of crystal stones, but none of them had ever mentioned the issue again, much less asked him for them. But apparently, before he left, he had decided to leave behind such a massive fortune to them. The amount of crystal stones here was at least 4 times as many as the amount Han Fei had brought back. "After giving us so many, he probably doesn't have much left for himself," Han Fei muttered, her pretty face showing a grateful look, her eyes suddenly fixing on a couple dozen crystal blocks that were placed in a more conspicuous position and gave off a much stronger aura. "He even left behind these Saint crystals. When she recalled the little crystal stone mining episode she shared with Yang Kai under volcano, and how she had even conned him into giving her his shirt so she could carry more, Han Fei suddenly felt her cheeks become slightly hot. "Senior Li." Hua Mo took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and quickly said, "This old man also believes that he will definitely come back now." Definitely?" Li Rong smiled happily, tears of joy welling up at the corners of her eyes as she spoke her heartfelt thoughts. If Yang Kai didn't plan on returning, he would never have left them such a tremendous gift. The reason he had left them such wealth was obviously because he hoped these crystal stones would be able to help the ancient demon clan improve their strength. So when they finally left here, they would be better able to protect themselves. "We can't let down his expectations," Li Rong secretly thought. Now, if anyone in Demon God Citadel wanted pills, they could have pills. If they wanted crystal stones, they could have crystal stones. Within a few years, these would lead to a comprehensive improvement in their ancient demon clan's strength. When Yang Kai returns next time, the ancient demon clan would also give him a big gift. Li Rong took a deep breath and reaffirmed her commitment. Above the snowy mountains, Yang Kai continued his lonely journey. This glacial field was simply too big and the bone-chilling wind was relentless. He could only fly for so long before becoming physically and spiritually exhausted. Yang Kai landed and started walking to conserve his strength. Yet no matter how far he went, he didn't see another living soul. No humans, demons, or even monster beasts. It was as if he was the only person in this endless white world. The density of world energy in this place was quite extraordinary, but the environment was completely desolate. Even cultivators skilled in ice attribute secret arts and martial skills would find it extremely difficult to endure such harsh conditions. Yang Kai showed neither joy nor sadness, simply trudging along indifferently across the snow-capped mountains and fields of ice. The only time his expression changed was when he occasionally felt an unbearable burst of pain from his shoulder blades, the result of the wind and thunder wings rampaging inside his body. It had been some time now since he first absorbed the wind and thunder wings, and his progress in refining them was still progressing. But Yang Kai instinctually felt that refining the wind and thunder wings was not as simple as nourishing them with his true qi, and that he needed some special method to truly complete the process. After a few days in the snow-capped mountains, the wind and snow gradually began to weaken. Atop a particularly high mountain, Yang Kai stood motionless, basking in the warm sunlight he had not seen or felt in many, many days, feeling particularly refreshed. All of a sudden, he noticed several auras a few dozen kilometers away. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile happily. Currently, he had no idea where he was, so naturally, he wanted to seek out someone to ask for directions. After walking for several days, though, he had yet to come across a single person, but now he had finally found someone. Inferring from the strength of these people's auras, they should not be transcendent realm masters, allowing Yang Kai to relax somewhat. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai didn't act hastily, leaving his perch atop the snowy mountain and slowly flying towards this group. Several dozen kilometers away, atop the snow, a group of 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, all of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage, were slowly walking along. The male was handsome while the females were beautiful, all 3 of them wearing matching golden robes which appeared particularly eye-catching above the pure white snow. Obviously, they were from the same sect or family. At the moment, the 2 women were walking in front with linked arms. Even in such a cold environment, one of the women's clothes was still very thin, showcasing her slender figure and well-developed curves, drawing the heated eyes of the young man following behind her as her graceful waist and round hips swayed back and forth attractively. The other woman was a little shorter, and her pretty face contained a trace of curiosity and wonderment, once in a while pointing in various directions and giggling happily, seemingly innocent and cute. As the 3 marched forward, they constantly released their divine senses into the surrounding snow, and after a while, the face of the woman wearing thin clothes lit up as she pointed in a certain direction. "There should be spirit medicines over there." Saying so, she hurriedly led the other 2 over. After crossing several hundred meters, the 3 worked together to clear a couple meters of snow, slowly revealing a plant which resembled fine ice crystals. Its stem and leaves all glittered in the afternoon sun, giving it a beautiful and dazzling appearance. Atop the plant were a few thumbnail-sized snow-white fruits which gave off a light, appealing fragrance. "Senior Sister G is amazing. You even managed to find white jade fruit, buried so deep under the snow." The younger woman happily applauded. Ji Meng smiled as she glanced over at Zhu Yingyu and warmly said, "You should pay closer attention to your surroundings, and I'm sure you'll also be able to find some." Zhu Yingyu pursed her lips and pouted. "I've tried my best, but every time Elder Sister Ji finds them first, even Senior Brother Qi isn't your match." Qi Chaowen felt a little disgruntled hearing these words and shot back, "Are you implying that I'm weak?" Zhu Yingyu just snorted. "You're at least worse than Senior Sister Ji." Ji Meng tapped the young girl's head gently. "When we go back, you'll have a share too, so don't be discouraged." The latter innocently nodded her head. Qi Chao stepped forward at that time and said, "Let's pick these first. Make sure not to hurt the roots or stem. After a few years, it will bear more white jade fruit." Ji Meng nodded and stretched out her jade hand, carefully picking the small fruits and storing them into her universe bag. For these kinds of spirits medicines that could continuously bear fruit, cultivators would generally not collect the whole plant, as this was akin to killing an egg-laying chicken, reducing the overall amount of spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the world. Obtaining this harvest, the 3 people looked very happy, but suddenly, Qi Chao and Ji Meng frowned, both of them turning to stare at a spot in the distance, a look of vigilance appearing on their faces. The two of them had just noticed that someone was quickly approaching them. A vague figure appeared on the horizon, and after a short moment, a young man appeared in front of them, stopping a couple dozen meters away from them. Yang Kai saw the wariness in these three's eyes but didn't pay it any mind. In this wilderness, anyone who suddenly met a stranger would become somewhat vigilant. It was the same for him. Before he had approached them, he had determined their strength wasn't enough to threaten him, so he had decided to appear in an upfront manner. If the other party had a second-order transcendent member among their ranks, Yang Kai would naturally have avoided them. These three weren't too old, at least not much older than he was, so communicating with them should be relatively easy. Yang Kai nodded slightly, revealing a friendly smile. "Who are you?" Qi Chao stepped forward, putting himself between Yang Kai and Ji Meng and Zhuingyu, asking coldly, "Why are you here in the Snow Mountain range? I'm just a traveler who was passing through this place and accidentally lost my way." Yang Kai replied honestly. "A passing traveler?" Qi Chao frowned and swept his eyes over Yang Kai, his face expression with suspicion. "You don't look like a simple passerby. What purpose do you have for entering the Snow Mountain range?" This young man's attitude wasn't just vigilant but was bordering on outright hostile, which made Yang Kai feel somewhat puzzled, wondering what he had done to offend him. Not losing his temper, he quickly tried to explain, "I really was just passing through when I lost my way. When I noticed your auras, I decided to come and speak with you, hoping you could tell me how to leave this place. I've been stuck in this Snow Mountain range for many days now after all." As he was explaining, Yang Kai noticed the small white jade fruit tree behind the trio, its beautiful appearance bringing a look of appreciation to his face. Qi Chao carefully stared at Yang Kai, observing all of his movements and changes in demeanor. Meanwhile, Yang Kai remained perfectly calm, not showing the slightest signs of anxiousness. He wasn't lying. Now that he had left the mysterious small world, his current goal was really just to find his bearings and leave the seemingly infinite Snow Mountain range. After a short period of silence, Qi Chao slowly retrained his hostility and slowly nodded. "I'll believe you for the time being, but this Snow Mountain range is not something that outsiders can intrude upon. If you want to leave, just walk that way." Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai glanced in that direction before cupping his fists. "Thank you, perhaps one day I can return this favor." Having offered his thanks, he quickly used his movement skill and left. "Wait!" Qi Chao suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai paused, his brow furrowing slightly. "Have you collected any spirit herbs or spirit medicines in these snowy mountains? If so, please hand them over. This is my spirit religion's territory. Everything here belongs to my spirit religion. Outsiders aren't permitted to take even one blade of grass from here." Yang Kai couldn't help wearing a disdainful frown, feeling slightly impatient in his heart. Don't say that he didn't collect anything, even if he really had. With this man trying to order him about like this, he definitely wouldn't hand anything over. This Snow Mountain range was incredibly vast. It was impossible that it was the private property of a single force. Glancing over at the two women behind this young man, Yang Kai was too lazy to stir up trouble and just bluntly replied, "No." The next moment, Yang Kai felt a divine sense unscrupulously searching for him. Was this youth really so bold? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy worried about suddenly being retaliated against and being heavily injured? But after thinking about it briefly, Yang Kai still decided not to bother with him and simply let him investigate. After a moment, Qi Chao nodded with satisfaction. "You can go." Yang Kai said nothing, turned around, and walked away. After he left, Zhuingyu asked softly, "Senior brother Qi, over there?" "Shoo." Qi Chao raised a finger to his lips and slowly shook his head, glancing around before leading the two young women in a different direction. Zhuingyu stared at him doubtfully but still obediently followed, occasionally glancing back in the direction Yang Kai had walked, a trace of worry and regret flashing across her eyes. After walking for an hour or so, Zhuingyu finally couldn't help asking again, "Senior brother Qi, why did you point him in the wrong direction?" Ji Meng also chimed in. "I'd also like to know what you're thinking, Qi Chao. That man is very suspicious, don't you think?" Qi Chao glanced at them and declared, "The words he spoke are clearly not credible. Ji Meng was struck speechless and slowly shook her head. Even if he is suspicious, there was no reason to intentionally harm him. What you did just now is no different than sending him to his death. The direction you pointed him in is a region where monster beasts are active. If he encounters a powerful one, how is he supposed to survive? His life or death is none of our business, Chi Chao coldly snorted. Whenever you're out in the field, you must always be on alert. His strength seems to be higher than ours. I only acted to ensure our safety. How do you know that? I couldn't tell at all, Zhu Yu asked curiously. Because he discovered us first, Chi Chao explained briefly. He is not one of our spirit religion's disciples, so he either came to this snow mountain range to collect spirit medicines, or because he has some other hidden agenda. Didn't you notice that when he saw the white jade fruit tree he showed a greedy look? If I didn't quickly send him away, maybe he would have killed us in order to seize our treasures. I'd be fine, death would be the end of it, but if you two fell into such a person's hands, ha. Zhu Yu's pretty face went white, her tender body trembling somewhat, faintly recalling Yang Kai's appearance and thinking his face did indeed look somewhat like a rogue. Ji Meng's face, on the other hand, became somewhat disgruntled as she argued back. Why did you automatically assume he was someone nefarious? What if he really was just a traveler who lost his way? Getting lost in this snow mountain range isn't abnormal. Then you can go back and tell him that the way we pointed to him is a dead end. Chi Chao snorted. Ji Meng became somewhat annoyed. How am I supposed to find him? When I lied to him, did you say anything? Why are you pestering me about it now, standing up for a mere outsider? Chi Chao also became irritated. We're all disciples from the same sect. I didn't want to say anything that would cause you to lose face in front of an outsider. Stop arguing. Seeing how these two were becoming more and more heated, Zhu Yu quickly interceded. Let's go, whatever happens isn't our concern. If he's a good person he won't die, Chi Chao said indifferently while striding forward. Ji Meng sighed helplessly, turning to look back somewhat reluctantly but after a while just shaking her head and following behind Chi Chao. Senior Sister Ji, will he die? Zhu Yu asked softly. Probably. Did Senior Brother Chi do the wrong thing? No, he also has his own reasons. Ji Meng smiled slightly. However, when they had met, that young man had intentionally released his divine sense before making an appearance to alert them to his presence. So he shouldn't have had any malicious intent. If he really nefarious intentions, he could have just concealed himself and launched a sneak attack. Ji Meng really couldn't understand why Chi Chao had pointed him in the wrong direction, so she felt a bit guilty towards the stranger. Yang Kai panted heavily, his expression quite gloomy as he stared down at the fresh corpse of a seventh-order monster beast beneath his feet. Fresh blood still dripping from his wounds. The battle just now had not been an easy one. A seventh-order monster beast was equivalent to human race's transcendent. Fortunately, this seventh-order monster beast wasn't too strong and thus he could still somehow deal with it. Following the directions given to him by the man in yellow robes, Yang Kai walked for 3 days but actually suffered 7 or 8 monster beast attacks. These monster beasts, without exception, were all quite strong and posed grave threats to him. If it were any other peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, facing such powerful monster beasts in their home territory in such a harsh environment, who knows how many times they would have died. And as time passed, Yang Kai found that the snowstorms were becoming stronger and stronger, as if he had gone back to where he had first emerged from the mysterious small world. This discovery made his expression quite ugly. By now, he also realized that he had been cheated by that man. They had met by chance and he had only asked them for direction, never once revealing any malicious intent. So after receiving an answer, Yang Kai naturally didn't have any reason to suspect him. How could he have known that he would be so sinister? Taking out the monster beast's core and breaking off its 2 horns, Yang Kai turned around and with a cold look in his eyes began retracing his steps. As he trekked along the towering snow mountain range, a world of pure white surrounding him, Yang Kai's mood was obviously not very good. 3 days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Hearing a commotion up ahead, he released his divine sense to investigate and his expression suddenly became strange. A dozen kilometers or so in front of him were 2 familiar auras, They belonged to the group of 3 who he had bumped into earlier. However, these 2 auras were somewhat unstable at the moment and were seemingly being chased by something. Right now, they were actually fleeing in his direction. Soon, Xianxia noticed a powerful aura chasing behind the 2 which obviously belonged to a 7th-order monster beast. The world is really small. Xianxia revealed a weird smile and stopped in place, quietly waiting. A great howl rang out and shook the earth, sending snow flying behind them as Ji Meng and Zhu Yingyu fled for their lives. They no longer had the calm, carefree look they had when they first met Xianxia. Their clothes ripped in multiple places and blood leaking from numerous wounds. Their exposed white skin now stained red. Feeling the cold wind on her face, Zhu Yingyu couldn't help trembling. "Hurry!" Ji Meng shouted as she ran. "Senior brother Qi he." Zhu Yingyu cried out while glancing back, but seeing the ferocious monster beast chasing them, her beautiful face drained of all color and fear flashed across her eyes. "He's dead, don't look back." Ji Meng did her best to sound calm, but her heart was already a mess. She had never thought they would suddenly encounter an ice crystal wolf here. Ice crystal wolves were authentic 7th-order monster beasts, their whole body covered in thick fur that was as strong as steel. Ordinary artifacts and martial skill could only leave shallow traces on it. On top of that, it was extremely fast and its 4 claws and fangs were incredibly sharp. The 3 of them had only confronted this ice crystal wolf for a few breaths before Chi Chao was shredded to pieces before their eyes. They had explored this region of the Snow Mountain Range numerous times and had never had any problems, but this time they had encountered such a terrible accident. Compared with Ji Meng's apparent calm, Zhu Yingyu was completely flustered. Under the threat of death, she couldn't even exert half of her Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage strength, only able to flee with all her might. If it weren't for Ji Meng using her artifact from time to time to impede the ice crystal wolf, Zhu Yingyu would have been caught by it long ago. "Senior Sister Ji." Zhu Yingyu wept as she shouted. "If you don't want to die, don't cry." Ji Meng shouted to her in a solemn tone. Having been scolded, Zhu Yingyu nodded hastily. Through the wind and snow up ahead, Ji Meng suddenly saw a stationary figure, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she quickly called out, "Friend up ahead, can you help us?" At this moment, it was like she had suddenly caught a glimpse of hope. The other party was clearly waiting here, so they obviously weren't afraid of the ice crystal wolf. Perhaps it was a senior from their spirit religion. If that was the case, Zhu Yingyu and her might really be saved. Just as she spoke, though, a burst of true qi shot towards her, accurately striking right in front of her. Ji Meng noticed a hostile aura from this person and quickly pulled Zhu Yingyu closer to her, stopping in place. "What a coincidence!" A sarcastic voice called out to them as the man slowly approached. Ji Meng immediately became vigilant, her brow furrowing deeply as she gazed forward. A moment later, Ji Meng's expression froze up as she stared dumbfounded at Xianxia. Zhu Yingyu also couldn't help covering her small mouth and exclaiming in shock, "You're all right. Were you hoping I wouldn't be?" Xianxia sneered lightly. "No, we didn't mean." Zhu Yingyu quickly waved her hands, her face filled with anxiety. "What about that guy?" Xianxia glanced around but didn't see any signs of Chi Chao. "He died." Ji Meng protected Zhu Yingyu behind her, replying icily, "He was killed by the ice crystal wolf chasing us." "He's dead." Xianxia was a bit surprised. "I admit that we didn't act appropriately last time. Chi Chao should not have pointed you in the wrong direction, and I should not have stood idly by and allowed him to. But can we discuss that later?" Ji Meng hurriedly said. "If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The ice crystal wolf that is chasing us is a 7th-order monster beast. None of us can resist it." Xianxia frowned and shook his head. "It's already too late." Just as he said so, a whooshing sound burst from behind the 2 young women, feeling a cold murderous intent lock onto her. Ji Meng's expression changed greatly as she quickly turned around, her hands waving as they sent threads of silk, blocking a number of ice blades that were approaching her. Hong hong hong. Countless ice blades were smashed, creating a fog of white powder. Ji Meng grunted as her delicate shoulder was sliced through by one of the blades, immediately sending out a stream of fresh blood. A huge figure suddenly landed in front of the trio, and the ice crystal wolf bared its fangs, spewing a foul stench from its mouth, its two giant eyes staring towards Ji-Meng and Zhuingyu, drops of saliva leaking from its jaw, giving it a particularly fierce appearance. The moment the ice crystal wolf appeared, Yang Kai leapt up into the sky and stared down. He quickly noticed that this monster beast was actually crystal clear, like a jade carving, its smooth fur coat giving off a soft radiance. If it weren't for the cruel murderous aura it gave off, it would look actually be quite beautiful. Ji-Meng and Zhuingyu both went pale, knowing that the brief delay they had suffered dealing with Yang Kai meant they could no longer escape the scope of the ice crystal wolf's attack. Unwilling to simply lie down and die, Ji-Meng summoned a lightning attribute artifact in the shape of a whip, poured her true chi into it, and attacked the ice crystal wolf. At the same time, although she was still shuddering, Zhuingyu summoned her own artifact, a small fan, and waved it frantically, sending out a stream of visible wind blades towards the monster beast. When the two joined forces, the strength of the combined attacks was actually quite good. But against the ice crystal wolf's thick fur, these attacks were nothing more than an irritant. After a series of sparks bounced off its fur, the ice crystal wolf stood in place, completely unscathed. Opening its mouth, the beast let out a loud roar and a giant ice spear quickly formed, shooting towards Ji-Meng and Zhuingyu in the next instant. The two women were sent tumbling and were inevitably injured. The smell of fresh blood further stimulated ice crystal wolf's brutality, and it became more and more aggressive. Before the pair could steady themselves, another wave of ice blades condensed around the ice crystal wolf and was sent towards them, forming an inescapable net. Facing this crisis, the two women could only focus all their efforts on dodging and defending themselves. Snow flew up and the entire scene became chaotic. Ji-Meng suddenly looked up, anxiety plastered all over her face as she shouted to Yang Kai, who was still standing high up in the sky, "Please help us." Yang Kai, however, just stared back at her coldly and slowly shook his head. Although Chi Chao, the one who had actually maliciously tricked him before, had already died under ice crystal wolf's claws, these two women not speaking up at the time had made Yang Kai quite disgruntled. Their little deception had delayed him 6 or 7 days and caused him to fall into danger numerous times. Seeing Yang Kai's decisive rejection, Ji-Meng suddenly knew that he was still holding a grudge against them for their previous actions and quickly shouted, "We were certainly wrong to deceive you. Even though Chi Chao was the one who lies, we also share some responsibility. But are you really just going to stand there and watch us die? Why should I save you? I also almost died because of you," Yang Kai said indifferently. The ice crystal wolf charged at that moment, forcing Ji-Meng to quickly retreat. But she was still scratched by one of its claws, tearing open her clothes and revealing her flat belly and delicate navel. More fresh blood flowed out from this new wound, but all Ji-Meng could do was clench her teeth and endured the pain while trying to open some distance between her and the ice crystal wolf. Seeing this, Zhuingyu quickly used her fan artifact to try to help. The two women worked together to resist the ice crystal wolf's attacks, but quickly noticed that this 7th-order monster beast wasn't treating them seriously at all. Apparently, it had no intention to take their lives immediately and was instead treating them as toys, tormenting them like a cat playing with a mouse, its eyes flashing a hint of disdain. 7th-order monster beasts already had a high degree of sentience, and if they could obtain enough resources and meet certain conditions, they were even qualified to take on human form and join the monster race. Realizing this truth, Ji-Meng once again called out to Yang Kai, "We are disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit religion. If you can save us, we will certainly compensate you for your losses after we return. Chi Chao is already dead. Can you really not put down your grudge and help us?" Bright Thunder Spirit religion? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, feeling like he had heard of this sect somewhere before, but even after thinking about it for a while he couldn't remember where. When Ji-Meng saw his thoughtful expression and realized he might have some kind of relationship with their sect, she suddenly became excited. "Are you acquainted with my spirit religion?" "Nope, I'm not." Yang Kai shook his head. "You bastard," Ji-Meng cursed, her heart filled with bitterness as she clenched her teeth in anger, wanting nothing more than to slap this shameless man across his face. She had felt quite guilty about deceiving him before, but now seeing his abominable and petty character, She really thought he should have just died in the Snow Mountain range to spare her some grief. Seeing two young women in danger and doing nothing to help, "Are you really a man?" Ji Meng shouted. Yang Kai still stood still. "Saving you isn't difficult, but I'm still quite upset about our previous encounter, and since I'm upset, I don't want you to feel happy either. Well, if you somehow manage to survive, I'd be happy to show you if I'm a man or not." As Yang Kai spoke, the two women fell into even greater danger, receiving more and more attacks from the ice crystal wolf. Ji Meng clenched her jaw so tightly her teeth nearly shattered, yet she didn't give up trying. "How can we make amends? State your requests. If I can, I will fulfill them. I don't want anything." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, folding his arms pretentiously and putting on an amused expression, like he was enjoying a good show. Ji Meng was so angry that she coughed up blood. Yang Kai's calm attitude made her realize that he certainly had the strength to deal with the ice crystal wolf. At the very least, he could escape from this seventh-order monster beast. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to just stand there and being tormented to death, making Ji Meng feel even more helpless. "Is it really no good, even if I beg you?" Ji Meng bit her lip so hard it bled, feeling a deep sense of resentment in her heart, but still somehow managing to lower her attitude. "This senior brother, I'm also begging you." Zhu Yingyu stared up at Yang Kai pitifully, his eyes completely wet, doing her best to hold on despite her obvious fear. Staring into this pair of beautiful limpid eyes, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help softening slightly, the coldness in his eyes gradually converging. Seeing this young woman's clear and innocent eyes, without the slightest trace of impurity, he was suddenly reminded of Xia Ningchang. Yang Kai suddenly went silent but also didn't show any intention of helping them. So Ji Meng couldn't help thinking he was really cold-blooded and was just going to stand by and watch them die. Feeling a cold chill in her heart, she smiled bitterly and said, "Yingyu, don't bother asking him anymore. I'm afraid we're really going to die here. Before I die, I just want to remember what he looks like. So when I die, I can become an evil spirit and haunt him for the rest of his miserable life." As she spoke, she turned her head and glared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling dumbly. "Woman, you're really a vicious, cunning snake. Takes one to know one," Ji Meng retorted sarcastically. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he asked, "With your strength, can't you just run away?" It wasn't the two women differed that much in strength, but that in this dangerous situation Ji Meng was able to remain calm and exert her full strength. Even though the ice crystal wolf was a seventh-order monster beast, with her immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivation, if he wanted to escape, it should still be possible. Unfortunately, the other young woman was different. She was really frightened, so her attacks had become chaotic and her combat ability had sharply decreased. At first glance, it was obvious she was someone who had lived under others' protection all the year round. Obviously, her status within her sect wasn't low, thus she had very little practical experience, much less life or death experience. "If I were to run, what would happen to Yingyu? I'm not as despicable as you," Ji Meng shouted as she clenched her fists. "Seems you have some righteousness after all." Yang Kai nodded gently, suddenly grinning. "I've changed my mind. I'm willing to save you. Every wrong had its justice, every debt its collector." The man who had cheated him had already died, so Yang Kai hadn't really planned on holding these two women accountable. He had just wanted to give them a bit of trouble for the role they had played. On top of that, Yang Kai really did need someone to acquire information from. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Ji Meng was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Really?" Yang Kai nodded. "But I have conditions." "What conditions?" Ji Meng asked hurriedly, with their lives hanging in the balance. She decided that no matter how excessive this man's requests were, she would agree to them, as long as Zhu Yingyu wasn't hurt. "Shouldn't you replay a life-saving grace with your body?" Yang Kai touched his chin and smiled evilly. Ji Meng's expression suddenly became cold. Although she had been mentally prepared for this, she hadn't expected this young man to really make such shameless demands. Although she was infuriated in her heart, she didn't dare show it on her face, blocking a strike from the ice crystal wolf before shouting out, "It doesn't matter what happens to me, but Don't get any ideas about Ingyu. Oh. Yang Kai stared at her in surprise. He had only said those words in jest and had no real intentions towards these two women. From the conversation they had during the second meeting, he could tell that these two weren't really malicious or treacherous in nature. Saving them wasn't an issue. Are you going to help us or not? If you don't take action soon, when we die, you won't be able to get anything. Ji Meng had finally been driven beyond the limits of her forbearance. And so too had the ice crystal wolf apparently, its attacks becoming more and more fierce, to the point where she and Zhu Yingyu weren't able to resist at all. If Yang Kai continued to idle any longer, the two of them would definitely be defeated. Very well. Yang Kai shook his head before his figure flickered and disappeared from the sky. The huge monster beast rapidly closed in, its fangs fully bared as a foul smell burst from its mouth. Seeing it approach, Zhu Yingyu screamed in terror as tears poured down her face. But before she knew what was happening, her body suddenly became light, and in the next moment, she found herself slung over someone's shoulder and the surrounding scenery quickly receding behind her. Everything happened too quickly and she couldn't help shutting her eyes in fear. Ji Meng also had a similar encounter. Before she could respond, she too was grabbed by Yang Kai and taken away. Obviously not having anticipated such a development, the ice crystal wolf was temporarily dumbstruck before it roared angrily and hastily chased after the trio. But the distance between them was slowly opening. Seeing this, Ji Meng still didn't feel relieved and constantly urged, "Faster! It's still trying to catch up." Yang Kai coldly snorted in response. "Easy for you to say. This is already my fastest speed." Ji Meng decisively shut her mouth and simply stared at the ice crystal wolf, and only after seeing it slowly fall further and further behind, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After a while, the ice crystal wolf finally stopped chasing them, stopping in place and howling towards the sky, its voice filled with unwillingness and anger. Somewhere in Snow Mountain Range, Yang Kai stood calmly as he stared towards the two raggedly dressed women bustle about. They seemed to have a lot of experience living in this snowy environment and quickly dug out a subterranean hollow. The interior was spacious while the outside was hardened and sturdy. A short time later, a fully formed snow cave appeared. Ji Meng glanced over towards Yang Kai vigilantly and said in a somewhat weak voice, "We have to change our clothes and apply some healing medicine to our wounds. You should not come in until we're done. If you peek, I'll dig your eyes out." "Hey! You're already my women now. What's wrong with me taking a peek or two?" Yang Kai teased. "You?" Ji Meng was so angry that the sound of her teeth gnashing was audible, eventually shouting out, "If it's just me, I don't mind, but Ingyu is off limits." Saying so, the two women ducked into the snow cave, and soon after, the sound of rustling clothes could be heard. Apparently, they had removed all of their blood-stained robes. Yang Kai stared blankly and suddenly felt that this woman had actually meant what she had just said. Was she really willing to offer up her body just like that? Yang Kai's face went black, thinking to himself that if he got tangled up with her, it would be more trouble than it was worth. Now he was in a bit of an embarrassing situation. Who told him to have such a cheap mouth and propose such conditions? Now it seemed he had caught himself in his own trap. After roughly half an hour, Ji Meng's voice called out, "You can come in now." Yang Kai smiled wryly before jumping into the snow cave. The inside was really quite spacious and was neither chilly nor damp. On the contrary, in the contrast of the outside environment, this snow cave actually gave off a warm, cozy feeling. The two women had processed their wounds already and donned clean dresses, allowing Yang Kai to secretly nod. The first time he had encountered them, Chi Chao had intentionally blocked his view, so Yang Kai didn't really notice what they looked like, and during their second meeting, the two women were disheveled and covered in blood, so their true appearances were completely masked. But looking at them now, the taller one had an outstanding figure and an elegant look, while the shorter one had a delicate face and a cute, innocent air about her. Of course, right now, the taller woman was glaring towards Yang Kai with smoldering anger, seemingly wanting nothing more than to eat his meat and drink his blood, her teeth grinding heavily. Meanwhile, the little girl was currently shrunk behind her senior sister, only daring to peek out once in a while, appearing quite weak and helpless. Well, for the time being, Hello? Yang Kai offered this strange greeting before sitting down cross-legged across from them. I thought you were some kind of powerful master, but facing that ice crystal wolf all you were capable of was fleeing, Jimeng said with a sneer. Before, when she noticed how calm Yang Kai was acting, not showing the slightest fear in front of a seventh-order monster beast and even having the mind to toy with her, Jimeng had mistakenly thought that this guy was capable of defeating it. So this outcome had inevitably disappointed her. It turns out this young man was just a little bit faster and didn't actually have the courage to fight with the ice crystal wolf. My ability to run away is what saved you. Yang Kai didn't care about her little display. Facing unfamiliar outsiders, especially ones who had tricked him once before, he was not willing to show all of his strength. A seventh-order monster beast was equivalent to a transcendent realm powerhouse. If he killed it in front of these two women, the full extent of his combat strength would likely be exposed. Yang Kai was not willing to show them all of his cards until he had a better idea about their identities and dispositions. Fair enough. Thank you for saving us. Jimeng suddenly relented, her expression quite sincere, gently urging Yu behind her forward. Yu was apparently still in a state of shock and she noticeably trembled upon being pushed forward. But quickly understanding Jimeng's intentions, she somehow managed to whisper with a blushed face, "Thank you. It was just a slight effort. No need to be too polite." Yang Kai's mood became significantly better upon seeing their frankness. In addition, we apologize to you about the previous incident. Jimeng bit her thin red lips, a look of guilt surfacing on her face. When Chi-Chao lied to you, we wanted to remind you, but we didn't know who you were, what your intentions for entering the Snow Mountain Range were, or what your strength was, so it's all in the past. When one goes out, having a heart of vigilance is a necessity. Yang Kai laughed. In any case, that guy is dead, so this matter should end here. Jimeng gently nodded, suddenly discovering that this youth was actually quite easy to speak to and not as cold and ruthless as he had first appeared. We are the disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. My name is Jimeng and she's Zhuing Yu. What about you? Jimeng introduced herself and then turned to ask Yang Kai. Yang Kai casually reported his name. What sect do you come from? Jimeng asked curiously. I have no sect. I'm just a lone wanderer. No sect. Jimeng was a little surprised. Seeing your methods, you don't seem like someone who isn't from a great force. You're not strongest I've ever seen, but you're still quite good. Being able to calmly rescue two people from an ice crystal wolf. Jimeng was certain that Chi-Chao couldn't do that if Yang Kai really was a lone cultivator who had never received any teaching or guidance. How could he be so powerful? How come you lost your way in the Snow Mountain Range? Where were you headed? Jimeng continued to ask, seemingly wanting to know more about Yang Kai. I accidentally entered this place and became lost. As to where I was headed, I haven't decided that yet. Do you have any recommendations? Yang Kai said thoughtlessly. Jimeng nodded and explained. This 10,000-kilometer Snow Mountain Range isn't considered the territory of any one force, but because there are only 2 or 3 large forces nearby, my Bright Thunder Spirit Religion being one of them, it's almost as if this region belongs to my spirit religion. Many disciplines from my sect enter the Snow Mountain Range to look for opportunities like rare herbs or other valuables. If you don't have any specific destination, you might as well come with us for the time being. Yang Kai glanced between the two women and immediately understood that Jimeng's invitation was not because she had a good impression of him, or because she wanted to fulfill their previous agreement, but because they were currently injured and needed someone to help protect them. Sure. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks. Jimeng's shoulders relaxed, a bright smile appearing on her face. Over the next few days, the trio slowly explored their surroundings. The Snow Mountain Range was vast and stretched in all directions. With the two women being injured, the group's speed was naturally not quick. Also, while they walked, the trio would occasionally come across some spirit herbs buried deep beneath the snow, which further delayed them. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry, though. Having someone lead the way was always much faster than him walking about aimlessly. After 5 days of such wandering, the group finally left the more dangerous region of the Snow Mountain Range. As they were walking, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his eyes towards a spot in the distance. A moment later saying to Jimeng, There are people who seem to be from your bright thunder spirit religion over there. Really? Ji Meng was very surprised and also turned towards the direction Yang Kai was looking but was unable to see anything. End. Their clothes are similar to the ones you were wearing when we first met, pure golden yellow in color. They're definitely from my spirit religion then. Ji Meng clenched Zhu Yingyu's hand, her nerves, which had been quite strained these past few days, finally relaxing while Zhu Yingyu also smiled. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly and asked, "Is it going to be a problem if they find an outsider like me in this area of the Snow Mountain Range?" Ji Meng was slightly startled but quickly replied, "It shouldn't matter. As long as we say you're together with us, there won't be any problems. That won't be necessary. Perhaps we'll meet again if there's a chance." Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and quickly flew off. Ji Meng didn't even have time to react before he disappeared into the distance. Zhu Yingyu looked towards the spot on the horizon Yang Kai disappeared over and said in a somewhat lost tone, "How could he just leave like that?" Ji Meng's expression was also somewhat complex as she thought back on the past few days they had been together, suddenly gritting her teeth and grumbling, "That bastard. Turns out he was just messing with me this whole time. Humph. Causing me to worry for so long while he secretly laughed at me. He was deceiving you, how? He said that he wanted me to repay him with my body, and I really thought—" Ji Meng blushed bright red, only now realizing Yang Kai had just been joking with her. If Yang Kai had really had such intentions, how would he have just left so easily? "He's a good person." Zhu Yingyu smiled mischievously. "Is Senior Sister Ji tempted now? If you chase after him quickly, you can still catch up." "Stop speaking nonsense." Ji Meng pouted. However, in her mind, she also felt like Yang Kai wasn't so bad. After getting along with him for a few days, Ji Meng found that he wasn't really as hateful as he had first appeared to be. At the edge of Snow Mountain sat Grand Boulder City. This was the only major city within a few thousand kilometers. With so many cultivators passing through it, they seemed like flowing water, the various businesses and stalls reaping large amounts of profit. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion wasn't the only sect near Snow Mountain Range. There were 2 or 3 other sects that resided in the nearby area. So Grand Boulder City had become a natural transit point for these forces where exchanges between their disciples and elders could take place, making it a veritable commercial and social hub. Cultivation was not simply about dedicated self-torture in a secluded retreat. Supplementary aids were also a necessity. Pills and artifacts belonged to the category of supplementary aids and provided an indispensable boost both during combat and cultivation. Since there was a need to acquire or sell such things, a transaction market naturally came about. After separating from Ji Meng and Zhu Yingyu, Yang Kai took 4 days to arrive at Grand Boulder City. Yang Kai showed a happy smile when he saw the flowing crowds as he had spent quite a lot of time wandering alone by now. It's not that he was specifically looking for someone to talk to, but that staying in the Snow Mountain Range, with no one and nothing around for tens of thousands of kilometers, had made him feel somewhat gloomy. At the gates of the city, there were several cultivators wearing guard uniforms, performing checks on the passing pedestrians. When it was Yang Kai's turn, having learned from the people who had entered before him, he quickly stuffed a crystal stone into the guard's hand. Quickly collecting the crystal stone without exposing himself, the guard faintly nodded to Yang Kai and motioned him inside. "Many thanks." Yang Kai smiled and strolled into Grand Boulder City. It wasn't just cultivators from the local forces that patronized Grand Boulder City, but also those from far-off lands. Snow Mountain Range produced a great deal of ice attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so any cultivators in need of such items would come here seeking them. As such, many people would pass through here in order to acquire special local merchandise. Grand Boulder City welcomed all visitors, but if you didn't want to answer too many questions, you'd have to pay some crystal stones. This was also one of the ways Grand Boulder City made money, unofficially that is. The various shops in the city were the real breadwinners of Grand Boulder City though. The owners of these shops were mainly disciples of the several nearby sects, and few outsiders managed to take roots here in Grand Boulder City. Yang Kai strolled through the streets at a brisk pace, purchasing a number of herbs he needed as he passed through. Although he had left most of his crystal stones to Ancient Demon Clan before leaving the mysterious small world, He still had quite a lot on him, at least enough for him to be considered quite a wealthy individual considering his cultivation realm. Xianxia also paid especially close attention to the materials needed to refine the Saint-grade pill the ancient demon clan required. Before leaving, Li Rong had told him this information, but what Xianxia hadn't expected was that the pill they needed was actually a Saint-grade top-rank pill. Currently, he could barely refine spirit-grade low-rank pills, so there was still a massive gap for him to cross before he could refine Saint-grade top-rank pills. Along the way, having swept through a dozen or so shops, Xianxia managed to haul in a decent harvest, piling up all kinds of herbs inside his black book space. When he came to a particularly large-scale shop, Xianxia spent a lot of crystal stones to purchase many of the materials he needed. Little brother doesn't look familiar. Are you perhaps buying so many herbs to perform alchemy yourself? The gray-haired shopkeeper with an Immortal Ascension 8th stage cultivation sized up Xianxia with great interest, stroking his beard gently as he asked, "Old shopkeep, are you here to do business or inquire about news?" Xianxia stared at him and asked with a smile. The other party suddenly saying such words had inevitably made him a little vigilant, but in Grand Boulder City, law and order was relatively well maintained, so there wouldn't be any disputes suddenly breaking out. Even if there was some kind of friction between cultivators, the dispute would generally be resolved outside the city. As such, Xianxia wasn't the slightest bit worried. "I was simply asking. If little brother doesn't want to answer, you don't have to." The shop owner replied somewhat awkwardly, seemingly cognizant of Xianxia's vigilance. Not wanting him to misunderstand, he quickly continued, "But if little brother is an alchemist, you can buy herbs here at a discount." "Discount? Why can I get a discount?" Xianxia heard the words and became somewhat interested. He had never heard at any of the other stores that alchemists could receive a special discount. Before the shopkeeper could answer, a nearby cultivator who was picking out herbs suddenly spoke up. Because this shop was opened by the Alchemist Guild, as long the one purchasing things is an alchemist, they can receive all kinds of preferential treatment. "You didn't know?" As he spoke, he walked over and handed his chosen herbs to the shopkeeper along with a jade token. When Xianxia snuck a peek at this jade token, he saw the word pill clearly engraved on it. The shopkeeper took a look at the herbs and calculated the sale price before picking up the jade token and pouring a thread of true chi into it. The jade token lit up and the shopkeeper nodded slightly. "Spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, according to the rules of the guild, you can receive a 20% discount." The man paid the required crystal stones to the shopkeeper and concluded the transaction. After buying his herbs, the man left without looking back. Xianxia was dumbstruck. The Alchemist Guild is a force established by the world's alchemists. Only alchemists are eligible to join, but as long as one is a member of the guild, they will receive preferential treatment in any store owned or operated by the guild. On top of that, the guild stores are spread all over the world, so one can receive support from them in most major cities. The shopkeeper explained with a smile. "How did you know I was an alchemist?" Xianxia asked. The shopkeeper obviously knew he was intending on refining pills himself, or he would not have asked such a question. Now Xianxia was somewhat curious, wondering how this Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage old man had seen through his status. "Alchemists are unlike general cultivators. I've been tending this store for many years now and have seen plenty of alchemists come and go. As such, I've developed a keen sense for this kind of thing." The shopkeeper slowly shook his head, appearing a bit inscrutable. "Little brother is quite young, but from the herbs you've chosen so far, you should at least be a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist, yes?" Xianxia neither confirmed nor denied this guess. The old shopkeeper nodded in appreciation. "This old master has been studying alchemy for many years, but is still just a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist. I really envy you. How far one could go in the alchemic way had a lot to do with natural aptitude. Grand Boulder City has a branch of the guild. If you want to buy herbs at a discount in the future, you should go there and get a jade token. Not only will you save crystal stones, but you'll also be safer when you travel. Alchemists are highly valued everywhere, so as long as you can prove your status, basically no one will find trouble with you," the old shopkeeper said with a smile. "Many thanks for your advice." Xianxia cupped his fists. "You're welcome." Outside the shop, Xianxia became lost in thought. The old shopkeeper's words had undeniable interested him. Buying herbs at a discounted price was quite attractive. Although he had a lot of crystal stones right now, even if he had enough to pile into a mountain, there would always come a day when he would exhaust his supply. Saving a little here and there would allow him to continue his studies that much longer. However, what he was most concerned with was the influence the Alchemist Guild possessed, something that far exceeded any other force. He had come to Tongxian realm in order to find Su Yan and his little senior sister. However, this world was incredibly vast and he had little hope of finding them on his own. It wasn't like back in the central capital, where he had a large number of allies and subordinates who he could issue orders to in order to expedite the process. Here, he could only rely on himself. When Shui Ling and Yun Xian invited him to join Water Spirit Temple or Bold Independent Union, Yang Kai had directly turned down their kindness. At the time, Yang Kai had wanted to rely on his own strength to find Su Yan. But now he realized that idea was somewhat impractical. Using his identity as an alchemist, couldn't he find a force to join and then get that force to help him in his search? Inside and in, Yang Kai thought over the issue for a long time before eventually deciding to go to the Alchemist Guild to get a jade token. In any case, possessing this jade token would save him a lot of trouble in the future, so regardless of anything else Yang Kai wanted to acquire one. Asking around Grand Boulder City, Yang Kai quickly found the location of the Alchemist Guild branch. Standing in front of a magnificent Alchemist Guild building, it took a while before Yang Kai managed to come to his senses, shaking his head wryly. Although he had long known that alchemists were a group of super wealthy people, Yang Kai hadn't expected them to be rich to this extent. The Alchemist Guild's building, even just its exterior, was quite different from the other buildings in Grand Boulder City. One could literally see an aura of wealth radiating from it. On the outside of the building, various images of ancient beasts were carved out of rare ores and infused with subtle energy fluctuations. Obviously, these engravings comprised a powerful spirit array. If someone dared to have any malicious intentions towards this building, they would undoubtedly suffer a big loss. Glancing towards the interior, Yang Kai saw that the floors were all covered in thick red carpets, and the walls were inlaid with various gemstones that glittered brilliantly. The alchemists who occasionally entered and exited all had faces filled with pride and arrogance, as if they couldn't wait for people to look up to and venerate them. A top-rank alchemist not only possessed incredibly wealth, but also had a venerable status. This wasn't just idle talk, but an actual fact. In the central capital, alchemists and artifact refiners all had noble identities, and in Tongxian realm, this status was only magnified, not diminished. "Little brat, what are you doing sneaking around here?" An angry voice suddenly rang out as a man glared at Yang Kai and questioned, "Which force do you belong to? Don't you know where this is?" "Hello?" Yang Kai's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly explained, "I'm actually here to acquire a jade token." "Acquire a jade token? Are you an alchemist?" Hearing these words, the big man glanced over Yang Kai and scanned him with his divine sense, soon nodding his head slightly. Good. The true qi in your body has a strong yang attribute, but you seem a bit too young. Did you just start practicing alchemy?" "Haha. I indeed haven't been learning for that long." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Good, come in." The big man waved his hand and walked inward, motioning Yang Kai to keep up. Along the way, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed. Just from glancing around at the outside of the building, he knew that the Alchemist Guild was quite rich. But upon entering and really seeing the interior, he knew this place was far wealthier than he had initially anticipated. After learning that Yang Kai was also an alchemist, the big man's contempt for him decreased significantly and began to converse with him in an easygoing manner. "Since you want to be certified as a member of the Alchemist Guild, you must first pass our test. After doing so, you can receive a jade token that corresponds to your rank, but keep in mind that once you become a formal member of the guild, you must not take any action that could be deemed harmful to our human race. If you dare perform alchemy for the demon race or monster race, don't blame the guild for tidying you up." Cough. Of course. Yang Kai hurriedly nodded. The big man had clearly just been warning him casually, but unexpectedly, he had actually hit the mark. Yang Kai studying the alchemic way was mainly in order to perform alchemy for the demon race. Moreover, it was specifically to help the ancient demon clan, the servants of the great demon god who reigned supreme thousands of years ago. Inside the Alchemist Guild, a light medicinal fragrance could be smelt everywhere. From time to time, Xianxia could also feel a surge of hot qi coming from different wings of the building. Obviously there were alchemists here practicing alchemy at this very moment. Following behind the big man, Xianxia eventually arrived at a relatively remote room. "Wait here. Someone will come to see you after a while." Xianxia nodded slightly and sat down on a nearby chair. This room wasn't big and there wasn't much furniture inside. It seemed almost like an empty storage room. After waiting for 2 hours or so, Xianxia was beginning to feel somewhat impatient when he suddenly heard a set of approaching footsteps. Soon, the door was pushed open, and a young woman with a somewhat disgruntled look upon her face walked in. Turning to look at Xianxia, she bluntly asked, "Are you the one who wants to join the guild?" Xianxia nodded, stood up, and asked, "Is it possible to start the test now? How long have you been studying alchemy?" The woman's brow wrinkled, seemingly a little unhappy as she muttered, "Not too long. As for exactly how long, I'm not certain." If it was about how long he had actually been practicing alchemy, then the answer would be about 1.5 years, but if he counted the time he spent studying the fundamentals, then it would be a bit longer. From the time he acquired the true alchemic way until now, about 4 or 5 years had passed, but during that time he would only study the mysteries of the true alchemic way on and off. So when this young woman asked this, Xianxia didn't know how to answer. Trying to act all mysterious, the young woman coldly snorted, apparently dissatisfied that Xianxia had not given her a straight answer. Touching the universe bag at her waist, she fumbled around for a moment before pulling out an herb and handing it over to Xianxia, bluntly explaining, "This is a stalk of cold star grass, a heaven-grade low-rank material. Purify it into medicinal liquid for me." Xianxia reached out and accepted this stalk of grass from her blankly and couldn't help asking, "Purify it just like that?" The young woman sneered, "If you can't even do this much, then don't even dream about joining the guild. Do you think just anyone is eligible to join? Only alchemists above heaven grade are qualified to receive jade tokens. Quickly now, I'm also in a hurry." Saying so, she began muttering under her breath, "Master is really too much. Such a young kid. Why didn't he just drive him out? Wasting my precious time." When Xianxia listened to her quietly complaining, he couldn't help but laugh. He understood that this young woman was unhappy because his arrival had cut into the time she had to study alchemy. When an alchemist was performing alchemy, the most taboo thing was to disturb them, so this young woman being in a foul mood was something Xianxia could understand. However, her words and demeanor clearly indicated she was looking down on him, which made Xianxia feel somewhat helpless. It was likely she really thought he had just begun studying the alchemic way. Thinking so, Xianxia began circulating his true qi, wrapping up and slowly infiltrating it into the cold star grass. Soon, a faint fragrance began filling the air, and the young woman finally reined in the contemptuous look on her face, focusing her attention on Xianxia's movements. The cold star grass appeared as if it was melting and quickly transformed into a liquid suspended above Xianxia's palm, all the impurities evaporating under the effect of his true qi. As time passed, the heaven-grade low-rank cold star grass was transformed into a pure medicinal liquid with a light green hue. With Xianxia's current level of skill, purifying a heaven-grade herb into medicinal liquid was as easy as flipping his palm. Even without a pill furnace or any supplementary spirit arrays, he could completely remove all traces of impurities. After roughly the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, the medicinal liquid was completely formed. When the young woman released her divine sense and examined it, her pretty face quickly showed a look of surprise as she turned to stare at Xianxia with amazement. "Is this all right?" Xianxia asked. He could have further purified this medicinal liquid, but he had not done so intentionally as he thought this level should be able to meet this young woman's requirements. "Let me ask you, what grade of pill are you capable of refining?" The young woman looked at Xianxia seriously, only not discovering that she had apparently underestimating the ability of this little brat. "Spirit grade." "What?" The woman yelped as she gawked towards Xianxia incredulously. "Spirit grade low rank, and I sometimes still fail," Xianxia added hastily, not daring to overinflate his skill, lest he attract unwanted attention. Unfortunately for him, Spirit grade low rank still seemed to be beyond this young woman's ability to accept. Impossible! You only look about 20 years old. How can you already refine spirit grade pills? I can demonstrate for you. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. The young woman stared at him deeply, seemingly wanting to see if he was just idly boasting. A moment later saying seriously, "You come with me. If you really have such ability, it's no longer within my ability to assess you." She was just a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist. How was she supposed to evaluate a spirit grade alchemist? Inside another room, the big man who had first greeted Xianxia was staring at an ancient alchemy book with a serious expression. Engrossed in studying an old spirit array, a pensive look upon his face. When his door was suddenly knocked, the big man lifted his head and indifferently called out, "What is it?" "Master," the young woman softly shouted. "It's about the young man who wanted to join the guild." "Oh? Did he pass the test?" the big man asked. "Well, not exactly." "No? Then don't bother me. Go attend to your own alchemy studies." Hearing this off-handed remark, the young woman suddenly ground her teeth and proceeded to violently kick open the door, leaving Xianxia somewhat stunned. Seeing his young female disciple rudely burst into his room, the big man angrily slammed his fist on the table in front of him. "How improper! Actually ignoring the orders of your master. Do you still put your master in your eyes?" The young woman grumbled in annoyance, holding her arms akimbo as she shouted, "Master, didn't you say this guy had just begun studying alchemy?" "That's right. What's the problem? Then why can he refine spirit-grade pills? My using a heaven-grade low-rank cold stargrass to test him made me lose a lot of face." "Ah!" The big man was dumbstruck, standing up from his chair quickly. "He can refine spirit-grade pills? Impossible. Little girl, you dare lie to me? I've brought the person in question here. Whether he has such ability, you can verify it yourself." The woman beckoned to Xianxia, the latter letting out a sigh and bracing himself. The big man stared at Xianxia with a dignified expression and asked, "You claim you're able to refine spirit-grade pills?" Xianxia nodded sternly. The look on the big man's face became somewhat gloomy. "Boy, you understand that this is the Alchemist Guild? No matter which force you come from, if you dare spout nonsense here, you won't be leaving alive." Xianxia rubbed his forehead and felt a headache coming on. All he wanted was to get a jade token. Never had he expected the process would be so convoluted and tiresome. "Forget it, I don't need that jade token anyways. I apologize for bothering you. I'll see myself out." "You dare!" the big man roared, his voice echoing throughout the nearby halls, sneering hard as he said, "You think the Alchemist Guild is a place you can casually come and go as you please? Trying to back out now just because you're afraid of being exposed is impossible. I will prepare the materials for you and see how you refine spirit-grade pills. If you are unable to satisfy me, heh. I also want to see if you have such skill." The young woman also sized up Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and helplessly nodded. "Me nah. Take out your spirit-grade materials." The big man fixed his eyes on Xianxia as he issued an order to the young woman. The young woman nodded gently and searched through her universe bag, a moment later withdrawing a pile of spirit-grade materials and placing them gently onto a nearby table. The big man also stretched out his hand and summoned a pill furnace roughly the size of his head onto his palm, turning to look at Xianxia and saying, "This is my personal pill furnace. I spent 8 years collecting the materials for it before commissioning a saint-grade artifact refiner to forge it. It is capable of greatly increasing the chance of successfully forming a pill, so don't even think of claiming I am trying to make things difficult for you. If you can't manage to refine a spirit-grade pill even with this pill furnace, I'll make sure your head flies from your body." Having issued this ultimatum, the big man threw the pill furnace over. Xianxia reached out and grabbed it, sweeping his divine sense over it and nodding slightly. The quality of this pill furnace was indeed very good, beyond that of any ordinary furnace he had seen before, and the spirit array engraved inside it also had the effect of enhancing the chance of successful pill formation. However, Xianxia was keenly aware that the spirit array inside it was not complete and wasn't capable of displaying its full effect. "Here are 5 sets of spirit-grade materials. You must succeed 3 times in order to pass my test. If you can't, heh. The big man sneered, waving his hand as he said, "You may start. I will be observing you closely, so don't think about trying to pull some kind of clever trick." Now that things had gotten to this point, it was impossible for Xianxia to back out. Setting down the pill furnace on the table, he began to carefully check the 5 sets of materials. After a moment, his brow wrinkled and rearranged the position of a number of herbs. The big man and the young woman both couldn't help looking at him suspiciously, not understanding why he seemed so self-confident still. The materials had already been laid out in the optimum configuration, so why had he changed their positions? Not saying anything, the two simply stood there and quietly watched. After a brief silence, Xianxia began moving, adding one herb after another to the pill furnace in a methodical way, pouring his true qi into the furnace to refine them into medicinal liquid, paying careful attention to use the right amount of heat and the proper timing. Seeing this, the big man and the young woman's expression brightened. Just this series of preliminary actions allowed them to realize that this young man really had some skill and was not idly boasting. His steady technique and calm demeanor were clearly built upon a large amount of experience. Soon, all the medicinal herbs were added to the pill furnace, and under Xianxia's precise control, a light medicinal fragrance gently wafted out. The big man and the young woman's eyes stared at Xianxia without blinking, their expressions gradually becoming solemn, without a hint of their prior suspicion or contempt. After about the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, Xianxia reached out and patted the pill furnace, and a round, golden yellow pill leapt from it. The big man reached out swiftly and drew the pill into his palm. After carefully inspecting it, his eyes bulged as he muttered under his breath, "It really is a spirit-grade pill. Is this little brat really so fierce?" Mina was also dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Xianxia could really refine spirit-grade pills. Even though it was just a spirit-grade low-rank pill, it was still beyond her current ability. The medicinal properties are well preserved and none of the herb's medicinal essences were wasted. It's only a step away from giving birth to pill veins. A pity. The big man pined, as if he was somewhat regretful. A pill that developed pill veins had twice the medicinal efficacy as one that did not. Even if it was the big man who was a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist, he could only occasionally refine a single pill that possessed pill veins, and that was only under extremely good conditions while he was particularly lucky. As for the legendary pill cloud, he had never even seen such a thing. Holding this pill, the big man was rendered speechless for quite a long time. After an hour or so had passed, Xianxia had finished his alchemy. Out of the 5 sets of ingredients, a total of 4 pills had been successfully refined, but the last attempt had been a failure, something Xianxia did deliberately. By now, both the big man and the young woman were staring dumbfounded at Xianxia, shocked beyond words. "Master, did this guy use some kind of face rejuvenating technique? How else could he appear only 20 years old? Unlikely. This should be his real age. Yet how can he be so fierce?" Saying so, he turned to stare at the young woman, his expression a somewhat forlorn look upon his face. "Master, why are you staring at me like that? I've been working very hard." Mina felt aggrieved. Her alchemy aptitude was also quite outstanding, and she had acquired quite a bit of fame in the surrounding 1,000-kilometer range. All of the nearby forces were trying to invite her to be an honored guest. Because of her talent, Mina had always been a bit conceited, but her pride had been thoroughly broken by the 4 saint-grade pills lying in front of her. While this master and disciple pair whispered to one another, Xianxia did not deliberately eavesdrop, waiting until they seemed to have finished before asking, "Have I passed this test?" Hearing Xianxia's question, the big man came back to his senses and let out a big laugh, smiling sincerely as he nodded. "Indeed, completely passed. Then my jade token. Rest assured, we will definitely issue you your jade token, Will. But before that, there's someone you should meet. Wait a moment, I'll call him now." Saying so, the big man dashed out. Now, inside the room, there was only Xianxia and the young woman left. Xianxia was once again speechless. "You're really impressive," the young woman said in heartfelt admiration, extending her hand without any of her previous contempt, and solemnly said, Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Mina, mysterious grade top-rank alchemist and a member of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild branch. Xianxia laughed and gently shook her hand. Where do you come from? Mina asked curiously. The West. Mina stared at him and pursed her lips, saying with a smile, You're quite vigilant, aren't you? Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. West of here was the Snow Mountain Range. Xianxia saying he came from the west was obviously an arbitrary answer. Right. Why did you change the configuration of those materials? Wasn't that part of the test? Xianxia was stunned. Mina slowly shook her head. They were arranged in what I thought was the best possible configuration, but after you changed it, it seemed that the refining process became smoother. Who taught you that? It was just intuition. Xianxia replied somewhat nervously. He hadn't thought much about it at the time and had just assumed that they had deliberately misplaced some of the herbs to examine his skill. But apparently that was not the case. Why did you arrange it like that? That pill recipe was taught to me by my master. Does that mean my master's pill recipe was mistaken? Mina knit her brows. Xianxia thought about it for a moment but decided not to conceal anything, carefully explaining why he had made those changes. Mina listened to him with sparkling eyes, suddenly feeling like she had greatly benefited. The two of them soon entered into a discussion about the pill recipe in question. Meanwhile, outside the room, the big man and another old man lingered and listened. The more they listened, though, the more surprised they became. They had believed that pill recipe had been fully optimized, but after listening to and adopting the changes Xianxia proposed, they discovered that it was indeed much better than the original one. At the very least, if they used Xianxia's method to refine that pill, it was possible to reduce the possibility of failure and increase the quality slightly while more fully utilizing the medicinal efficacies of the herbs. Where did you find this boy? The old man asked as he stroked his beard, looking at the big man. He came here on his own. The big man shrugged his shoulders. Have we picked up a treasure? Not bothering to answer, the old man simply pushed the door open and walked in. Upon hearing the movement of the door, Xianxia quickly glanced over and saw the big man from earlier, as well as another sage-like old man enter. Mina quickly introduced them to Xianxia. This is Old Man Du. Old Man Du is the manager of this branch and a saint-grade low-rank alchemist. Xianxia couldn't help drawing a quick breath and hastily paying his respects. Duan smiled and nodded. Little friend does not need to be so polite. Everyone here will be one family from now on. This is my master, you've already met him. He's a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist. Yixiong grinned towards Xianxia. Please sit down, Old Man Du gestured. After taking their seats, from who knows where, Mina pulled out a few cups of fragrantly scented tea and offered them to everyone. After taking a sip, Old Man Du smiled warmly and said, I am already aware of why little friend has visited our Alchemist Guild branch today. Already capable of refining spirit-grade pills, you are certainly eligible to have your own jade token. This old master will later officially send you a jade token on behalf of the Alchemist Guild. Many thanks. Xianxia nodded. May this old master ask, which great master did you study under? As he asked this question, Duwan's gaze towards Xianxia became brilliant. When he had listened to Yixiong's report earlier, Duwan had just faintly felt that this young man was not simple, but after listening to many of his unique insights and opinions from the other side of the door, Duwan suddenly realized just how extraordinary Xianxia was. Such insights were things even he was unclear about, so how could a mere boy understand them? The only possibility was that someone of incredible skill had taught it to him. Duwan very much wanted to know which powerful master could teach such an outstanding disciple. At such a young age, reaching the peak Immortal Ascension boundary and also becoming a spirit-grade alchemist, his background must be incredible and his teacher was no doubt an earth-shaking figure. Although Old Man Du was a saint-grade alchemist and had an honored status, there were still some famous alchemists who surpassed him, not to mention the old monsters who hid in the mountains and forests all year round. These old monsters may not show up for hundreds of years, but once they did, each of them had exceedingly profound methods and divine abilities that were capable of thoroughly astounding people. Moreover, these old monsters were normally the type who would aggressively hide shortcomings and would send their disciples out from their places of seclusion at some point in order to gain life experience. These successors would often stir up a great storm within a few years of their appearance and become famous throughout the entire realm. The young man in front of him, called Xianxia, in this respect was quite suspicious. He was already a spirit-grade alchemist, but there was no record of him in the Alchemist Guild. He didn't even have his own jade token. This clearly meant he had only recently emerged from some very remote region. When Old Man Du looked at Xianxia, he could almost see the great monster hiding behind him. So naturally, he would discreetly try to inquire about Xianxia's true identity. Yixiong and Mi Na also stared at him fixedly, apparently very interested in this topic. "My master." Xianxia smiled and shook his head. "I don't have a teacher. No one has formally taught me. No master." Old Man Du smiled lightly and didn't mind. If he was able to dig up his background that easily, it would be strange. Instead, Xianxia saying this just reinforced Old Man Du's previous guess that the former had some kind of extraordinary backer. However, these kind of silver-lined words were a bit too naive. Young people really didn't know how to hide themselves. These kinds of mysterious successors would not always openly announce their master's name or the sect they belonged to when they went out for life experience. However, if one could establish a good relationship with such a person, it would be akin to establishing a connection with their formidable background as well, which would be hugely beneficial. 100 years ago, there was once a small force that had befriended such a mysterious successor. 10 years later, this force became enemies with another more powerful force and was madly suppressed, suffering heavy casualties. But overnight, that hostile forces was completely destroyed and disappeared entirely from Tongxian realm. Old Man Du was a saint-grade alchemist, so no one would seek trouble with him, and he had no great personal enemies. He naturally didn't want to rely on the power of outsiders to protect himself. What he valued was the master who had taught Xianxia alchemy. Such a person must be amongst the most powerful alchemists in the world. Old Man Du had been stuck at the saint-grade low rank for many years, and his bottleneck showed no signs of loosening. But if he could get the direction of a powerful master, he might be able to gain some kind of enlightenment that would allow him to break through and become a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. "Where is little friend planning to settle down?" Old Man Du kindly inquired. "I don't know. I was planning to stay in Grand Boulder City for the time being." Xianxia shook his head. "I just came out from a very remote place and am not familiar with the world. I'm not afraid to admit to Old Man Du that before recently, I didn't even know the names of the great forces in this region, and I had not even heard of the Alchemist Guild before today." Du Wan's old eyes flashed brilliantly as he smiled and nodded. "Good, good, good. There's nothing for you to feel embarrassed about. As long as little friend is still in Grand Boulder City, you can come to this old master to ask about anything you don't understand. This old man will certainly answer your doubts." Xianxia's expression became slightly strange, not understanding why this saint-grade alchemist was so good to him. "Old Man Du, can you let him live here in the Alchemist Guild?" Mi Na suddenly proposed. Old Man Du said with a smile, "That depends on whether he wants to or not." "I can live here?" Xianxia was stunned. Mi Na quickly explained, "As long as you are an alchemist, you can live here. The entire Grand Boulder City Alchemist Guild branch basically only has the three of us living here. Everyone else has hired themselves to one of the nearby forces, and there will only be some alchemist from other regions stopping over here to rest. Therefore, this place is relatively clean and quiet. If you don't have any particular destination, you might as well just stay here for now. And if you stay here, we can also compare notes on alchemy techniques so all of us can benefit. How about it?" Mi Na obviously hoped that Xianxia would stay. The brief conversation the two just had already allowed her to benefit greatly. Naturally, she wanted to compare notes with him again. "Then I'll thank you in advance for your hospitality." Facing such a warm offer and seeing Mi Na's look filled with expectation, it was difficult for Xianxia to turn them down. On top of that, he also felt that Old Man Du and Yixiong didn't have any malicious intentions. "Little friend, you are too polite." Old Man Du smiled. "However, I probably won't be staying here for too long," Xianxia added. "Whatever little friend likes, no need to feel constrained," Duan said, next pulling out a jade token and handing it over to Xianxia. This is the Identify token of my Alchemist Guild. With this, you can enjoy special benefits in any shop operated by the guild, and if you ever find yourself in a dangerous situation, showing this jade token will normally allow you to turn danger into safety. Many thanks. Old Man Du. Yang Kai accepted the jade token and poured in his true chi with a happy expression. Inside this jade token were some mysterious energy markings that allowed a person to easily identify who its owner was and what grade of alchemist they were. 500 kilometers away from Grand Boulder City, at the very edge of the Snow Mountain Range, there was a beautiful temperate landscape that seemed to be in a perpetual state of spring. In the midst of this landscape was a great valley that was dotted with a large number of buildings stood. From time to time, powerful cultivators would fly in and out. This place was the foundation of a great force. At this moment, in a secluded secret room, an old man who normally sat in meditative retreat year to year suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant spark flashing across them. A curious expression surfaced on his face as he turned his gaze in the direction of Grand Boulder City and stared. Just now, he had felt a vague energy fluctuation coming from that direction that was somewhat familiar. After thinking about it for a moment, the old man formed a series of profound hand seals and gathered his energy at his fingertips. A moment later, the old man reached out and stroked the air in front of him. A series of ripples appeared as the void seemed to split, and at the center of this distortion a vague figure emerged. The old man stared at this figure suspiciously, his expression becoming more and more puzzled. Silently recording the general characteristics of this figure, he was about to push his strength slightly more to get a clearer view when the void trembled slightly and the figure he was observing suddenly turned its head towards him, a look of vigilance and doubt appearing on its face. Such strong vigilance! The old man was surprised. The old man could tell the age and cultivation of this individual were not very high, and yet, even though he had used a powerful divine ability to spy on the latter from a few hundred kilometers away, he had actually still been noticed. The next moment, the ripples in the air settled and the figure disappeared. Interesting. The old man grinned, calmly calling out, "Song Yen." The door to this secluded room was soon pushed open and a man with a reserved aura walked in, respectfully asking, "What is Ancestor's command?" "Go to Grand Boulder City and invite this person to see me." The old man reached out his finger and shot a thread of divine sense into Song Yan's mind, showing him a fuzzy figure. "Yes, Ancestor." Song Yan nodded solemnly. "Good. Treat him politely," the old man purposefully reminded. Song Yan's expression became a bit strange, but he did not ask anything more, turning around leaving to prepare for his trip to Grand Boulder City. Alchemist Guild. Mina, who was consulting Yang Kai about the alchemic way, suddenly asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he stared at a certain place in the air. Just now, he had faintly sensed that someone was spying on him and could not help shiver slightly. However, when he tried to investigate, he found nothing. "It's nothing?" Yang Kai shook his head, though still puzzled in his heart. With the current strength of his divine sense, even if the one trying to spy on him was a transcendent, he would still be able to trace them. Only if a Saint Realm master was secretly observing him would he not be able to find them, but why would such a master be staring at him? Since he came to Tongshan Realm, Yang Kai had not contracted any enmity with anyone besides the charm monster. But she was already dead. Oh. Mina stopped asking about it and continued her discussion about alchemy with Yang Kai instead. Yang Kai also didn't try to hide his ability by remaining silent and answered her questions as best he could. Of course, he did not speak about some of the more profound secrets of the true alchemic way. The true alchemic way was very likely a legacy left behind by the great demon god. Revealing too much about it would only bring harm to himself. After having stayed in the Alchemist Guild for more than half a month, whether it was Old Man Du, Yixiong, or Mina, all of them treated him like family, which warmed Yang Kai's wayward heart. However, Yang Kai noticed that, Mina aside, both Old Man Du and Yixiong often treated him a bit too casually, not having the attitude or demeanor a senior should have towards a member of the younger generation, making him feel out of place. These days, Yang Kai had also been immersed in alchemy, and the materials he had purchased were being rapidly consumed. Before, in Demon God Citadel, Li Rong had provided all of the herbs he had used, so Yang Kai didn't feel anything about it, but now that he was preparing his own materials for alchemy, he suddenly realized just how astonishing this consumption was. Even though he had a lot of crystal stones on hand, at the rate he was spending them it would not be long before he ran out. However, in order to continue improving his skill in alchemy, he had to constantly keep practicing. Mina, how do you ensure that you have enough materials to practice alchemy? Who asked you to be such a freak? Mina rolled her eyes. Your rate of alchemy is simply too fast. When my master refines spirit-grade pills, he normally spends at least half a day, so at most he can refine 2 per day. Yang Kai was stunned. But I digress. The pills we refine can be sold for crystal stones, which we can then be used to buy materials to continue practicing alchemy. A light suddenly went off in Yang Kai's head. The whole time he had been practicing alchemy, he had never once sold his own pills, so he had completely forgotten about this option. Because until now, Yang Kai had never had to worry about maintaining his own finances, he had never thought about how to make money. Most of the pills he had on him now were spirit grade, and whether it was in terms of quality or grade, they were well aligned with the needs of most cultivators, so he would certainly have no trouble selling them. Under the leadership of Mina, Yang Kai came to the shop operated by the Alchemist Guild. The old shopkeeper who he had previously met gave Yang Kai a favorable price, and the crystal stones he had spent before were not only fully recovered, but he also made a significant profit. After purchasing enough materials, Yang Kai returned to Alchemist Guild again. Time flew by and another month passed. After confirming that the people from the Alchemist Guild really had no malicious intentions towards him, Yang Kai decided to have a chat with Old Man Du. Yang Kai didn't plan on studying alchemy in Alchemist Guild for a lifetime. His goal in approaching them was to obtain the distinguished identity of alchemist in order to help him realize his goal of finding Su Yan and his little senior sister. Little friend is looking for someone? Old Man Du was surprised to hear Yang Kai's words. My 2 senior sisters and my martial uncle. Yang Kai nodded, not daring to reveal any news about Old Demon. Meng Wuya was Xia Ningchang's master, so he could naturally be counted as his martial uncle. Old Man Du eyes flashed as he suddenly thought that along with Yang Kai there were actually 3 successors to the latter's great alchemy master, and obviously the identity of these 2 women was not simple, as there was even an elder accompanying them. On top of that, this elder was likely even more accomplished than Yang Kai. If little friend wants to find someone, the guild can provide you with some help. This old man will send a letter to the other branches of the guild. If there is any news, I'll be sure to inform little friend as soon as I receive it. However, the guild has many matters to attend to, so the old man can only guarantee that the other branches will keep any eyes out for your senior sisters and martial uncle. If little friend really wants to find them, it would probably be best to find your own solution. Many thanks, senior. Even that will be a great help. Yang Kai replied sincerely. Old Man Du hesitated for a moment, mulling over something for a while before finally proposing. If little friend wishes to take a more active approach, this old man suggests relying on one of the nearby forces to help find them. As a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, I don't believe any sect would refuse your. Wherever you go you would be courteously received as a guest. I also had this idea, but I am not familiar with the nearby forces and don't know which one I should choose. I hope senior can offer me some guidance. Yang Kai really wasn't familiar with any of the nearby sects, so if he were to hire himself to one that had unscrupulous intentions, it would be difficult for him to later withdraw safely. If he wasn't forced to buy the situation, Yang Kai would not even have considered such an idea. I see. Old Man Du nodded slightly. Of the nearby forces, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Soaring Heaven Sect, Ancient Moon Cave, and Luoshang Sect are those with the greatest influence and strength. If you want to hire yourself to a force, you should pick from one of these 4. However, I don't suggest looking for Luoshang Sect, those people aren't easy to get along with. As for the remaining 3, and this old man has some slight friendship with each of them, if you want to choose from among them, it really is a bit difficult for me to recommend one. Can I choose any of these 3 forces? Yang Kai asked spiritedly. These 3 sects' reputations are all quite good. Give this old man a few days to think about it before giving you an answer, all right? Then I shall have to trouble you, Old Man Du. Little friend is too polite. The next few days passed by uneventfully. Xianxia still practiced alchemy every day, and Mina would often come to him for advice. One day, Old Man Du suddenly summoned him, so Xianxia put down what he was working on and went to the former's room. Xianxia thought that Old Man Du had come to a decision about which of the local sects he should look for, but when he opened the door, Xianxia found that there was actually an unfamiliar face present as well. This man's aura was restrained, and a strong light could be seen in the depths of his eyes. When Xianxia entered the room, this man immediately stared towards him with a look of intense interest. A transcendent realm master. Xianxia immediately thought, and judging from the faint pressure he felt, he estimated that this man was at least a second-order transcendent. Old Man Du, Xianxia greeted. Little friend Yang, please sit. Old Man Du smiled. This is the new member of the Alchemist Guild? The man swept his eyes over Xianxia curiously and asked. He is a spirit-grade alchemist with excellent aptitude. Old Man Du answered seriously. Spirit-grade. The man's face changed abruptly, now staring at Xianxia with some disbelief. This old master wouldn't lie. Naturally, I trust Old Man Du, the man replied hurriedly. Little friend, let me introduce you. This is Elder Duan Hai of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Xianxia nodded politely, offering his greetings. This old master has some friendship with Elder Duan, and I don't know where Elder Duan heard the news, but he recently learned about you staying in the guild and quickly came here today to invite you to go to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion to serve as an honored guest. Duan Hai smiled and said, I haven't been monitoring your alchemist guild or anything. It was just that when my junior brother came to Grand Boulder City the other day, he happened to see Mina and this friend enter the guild together. My junior brother knew that Old Man Du and I share some friendship, so he quickly pushed me to act, lest we move too slowly and allow him to be won over by someone else. Old Man Du let out a light chuckle. Since Xianxia first entered the Alchemist Guild, he had really only gone out once. It quite unexpected that this one outing allowed him to be discovered by someone interested in recruiting him. This could only be said to be a coincidence. Would this friend be willing to come to my spirit religion? Duan Hai showed an expectant look to Xianxia and asked. A spirit-grade alchemist was already a valuable asset, but what was especially noteworthy was that this person was very young, so obviously his aptitude was extraordinary. If Duan Hai could truly recruit him into Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, in time it might be possible to cultivate him into a top saint-grade alchemist. This level of alchemist had never once appeared in Bright Thunder Spirit Religion before. This was a long-term investment. But Duan Hai had such vision and boldness. If this friend is willing to come to my spirit religion and serve as an honored guest, my spirit religion will offer very generous conditions, Duan Hai said sincerely. Although he was a transcendent realm master and at least a generation older than Xianxia, he still didn't hesitate to affectionately call him friend. Brother Duan might as well explain what kind of treatment he is prepared to offer, so that little friend Yang can make his own decision. Old Man Du knew that Xianxia was ignorant about these matters, so he purposefully made this remark to assist him. Duan Hai wore a forced smile and replied, Old Man Du, since he is your person, of course I will not mistreat him. Staring towards Xianxia seriously, Duan Hai continued, My spirit religion will provide you with all the necessary spirit herbs. Any pill you refine, you can take 20% of its value as a reward. And that is, if the value of a pill you refine is worth 100 crystal stone, my spirit religion will give you 20 crystal stones as payment. Old Man Du expression changed slightly and quickly nodded. Xianxia, who was observing closely, noticed this and realized that such treatment was probably quite good. That is only the most basic condition. My spirit religion will provide you with the most comfortable alchemy environment and will do its best to meet any of your other needs. As long as it does not harm my spirit religion benefits, anything can be negotiated. How about it? When Duan Hai finished, he turned his eyes towards Xianxia expectantly and waited for his reply. To be honest, the conditions he proposed were already quite generous, and the payment of 20% was far greater than what would normally be offered. Even if it was a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist being hired as an honored guest, they would not receive such a percentage. If Xianxia had any other requirements, he could also discuss it with him. Xianxia's brow rose slightly and thought about it for a while before turning to Old Man Du and soliciting his opinion. What does Senior think? The conditions are quite good, Old Man Du told the truth. But whether you agree or not, everything depends on your own wishes. Since it is a friend of Old Man Du, there should be no problem, Xianxia grinned. He had already been thinking about hiring himself to a force, and with the recommendation of Old Man Du he could feel at least a bit more relieved. Duanhai was overjoyed as a big smile appeared on his face. Friend is really easy to speak with. However, the conditions have to be changed. Xianxia shifted the conversation. Please, Duanhai said respectfully. 20% of the sale price. I don't need. I'll only take 10%. Xianxia raised a finger. Duanhai and Old Man Du were both stunned. But neither of them interrupted, waiting for the follow-up. Xianxia taking the initiative to give up some of his benefits obviously meant he had something else he wanted to ask for. In exchange, I hope that your spirit religion will help with a matter. Rest assured this matter will not bring any harm to you. What matter? Duanhai asked. When the time is right, I will naturally inform you. Also, I hope Bright Thunder Spirit Religion will not limit my freedom in any way. If I wish to leave, I hope I will not encounter any obstacles. Of course, Duanhai nodded quickly. My Bright Thunder Spirit Religion already has a number of honored guests. Whether these honored guests wish to stay or go is completely up to them. My spirit religion never interferes. I'm happy to hear that, Xianxia laughed. Duanhai immediately showed a joyful look. Then, is it settled? Xianxia nodded firmly. Old Man Du smiled and said, Congratulations, Brother Duan. In fact, this old master very much doesn't want to let this little friend leave. But little friend has his own ideas, so this old master can only reluctantly see him off. Duanhai quickly proposed with deep meaning, Old Man Du, if you'd like, why not come to my spirit religion as an honored guest as well? Don't you think your appetite is a bit too big? Old Man Du laughed. You even want to hire this old master? A saint-grade alchemist. Which force wouldn't want to hire one? I'm afraid you can't afford the price. Old Man Du smiled lightly. Duanhai smiled bitterly. Fair enough. Shaking his head slightly, he quickly turned to Xianxia and asked, When would it be convenient for this friend to leave? I can depart at any time. How about now? Duanhai obviously didn't want to wait, causing Xianxia to smile somewhat dumbly and nod. Good, important matters should not be delayed. Let us be off, Duanhai said, quickly standing up. Give me a moment to say goodbye to a friend, Xianxia said, also getting up and walking out to find Mina. The two of them had gotten along well these past few months, so naturally he had to tell her before he left. Otherwise he would appear too unfeeling. Inside the room, Duanhai and Old Man Du sat quietly. Suddenly, Old Man Du said in a low voice, Duanhai, don't say later that this old master didn't remind you. This little friend should not be an ordinary person. While he resides in your spirit religion, don't mistreat him. Duanhai was stunned to hear such a comment and hurriedly asked, What does Old Man Du mean? Duan just slowly shook his head though and said nothing more, leaving Duanhai confused. A moment later, Xianxia returned after bidding farewell to Mina. He had no need to pack anything as all his belongings were still in the black book space. As Duanhai led him out of the Alchemist Guild, Mina reluctantly waved goodbye to Xianxia. After spending a lot of time with him, her alchemy technique had improved at a pace far greater than when her master taught her, so naturally she was reluctant to see him go. Duanhai waved his hand and wrapped Xianxia in his true chi before the two quickly took off and flew away from Grand Boulder City. Along the way, Duanhai's attitude towards Xianxia was very cordial, kindly explaining to him the various features and strengths of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. In order to make Xianxia feel a sense of belonging quickly, Duanhai naturally spared no effort to praise Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, and from his words, Xianxia learned quite a bit about this force. Near the Snow Mountain Range, there were more than 1,000 large and small peaks, and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion occupied one section of them. After about an hour's flight, the two came to the site of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Landing atop one of the bigger mountain peaks, the air felt a bit chilly, but overall the area was green and lush, with a rich world aura circulating. From the base to halfway up the mountain was a vast field of herbs that filled the air with a strong medicinal fragrance, while from halfway up to the top there were a number of simple residences. Duanhai quickly said, "This place used to be the residence of an alchemist honored guest of my spirit religion, but he resigned as an honored guest a few months ago, so right now this place is unoccupied. How is it? Would honored guest Yang like to live here? If you feel that this place is too simple, I can arrange for accommodations elsewhere in my spirit religion where the atmosphere is livelier." "No need. Here is good." Yang Kai nodded, quite satisfied with the location. He wasn't interested in socializing, and having many people around would only be distracting. So being further from the crowd was more relaxing to him. Hearing this, Duanhai smiled and nodded. "Honored guest Yang really is focused on studying the alchemic way. I also originally thought you would prefer to live in a more populated place." "Oh." Yang Kai stared at him curiously. "Generally, our honored guests prefer to live where the crowd gathers as they are chasing wealth, power, and fame. These kinds of people my spirit religion has never been too concerned about. But someone like honored guest Yang who wholeheartedly strives to improve himself will certainly have great achievements in the future and will inevitably be paid attention to by our spirit religion." Duanhai said with a smile. "Right, this is an honored guest token. Please bring it with you at all times. As long as you have this token, you can walk freely in my spirit religion, with the exception of a few forbidden areas, that is." Saying so, he handed a dark-colored token over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai accepted it and looked it over briefly before storing it away. "I will send someone to assist you later. If you have any needs, you can inform me through them or allow them to handle it for you directly." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Honored guest Yang, if this is nothing else, this one will take his leave first." Duanhai asked Yang Kai politely. "For now, I have nothing else to ask." Duanhai nodded slightly before activating his movement skill and quickly departing. After Duanhai left, Yang Kai released his divine sense and explored the surrounding area. This mountain peak was not too high but also not too short, about 2,000 meters in total. Standing at the top of the peak, surrounded by white clouds, it was just like floating in a fairyland. This place really isn't bad, Yang Kai thought to himself with a smile on his face. According to Duanhai's words, from now on, before he resigned as an honored guest, this mountain would belong to him. Of course, the spirit grass and spirit medicines on the mountain were the property of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Yang Kai first walked around the mountain, examining the expansive herb garden, soon discovering that these herbs were all healthy and growing prosperously and didn't need him to personally tend to them. Obviously, there were other people responsible for their care. Atop the mountain peak, there was a rich and pure world aura that was very suitable for cultivation. After checking out his own peak, Yang Kai began wandering around the nearby mountains. Among the nearby peaks lived a number of honored guests of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, each of them an alchemist, so they had many common topics of discussion. After learning that Yang Kai was actually a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, those honored guests were quite surprised, many of them even showing him looks of awe and respect. Yang Kai also learned a lot about Bright Thunder Spirit Religion from his chats with them. In general, this sect was a decent one. Just as Duanhai had told him before, the treatment of honored guests here was generous. If an honored guest wanted to leave, they would not try to strong-arm them into staying and instead see them off courteously. Moreover, every honored guest would be assigned a dedicated helper, and those helpers, without exception, were all young, beautiful women. As they spent most of their time in secluded study, these alchemists naturally had need of such distractions to help them relieve their stress. These helpers were sent by Bright Thunder Spirit Religion to assist these alchemists and to meet any other requirements they might have. These helpers also willingly accepted this task, and could even be said that there was fierce competition within Bright Thunder Spirit Religion to become a dedicated servant of an honored guest. After all, alchemists had distinguished identities, so gaining the favor of or even becoming married to an alchemist was naturally something these young beauties hoped for. At the very least, these mountain peaks were amongst the best places to cultivate in the sect. In the more crowded regions, with so many people gathered together, the world energy was obviously less abundant, whereas here it was the exact opposite. As long as one cultivated here, their strength would improve rapidly, and by being close to an alchemist, one could also not be lacking useful pills as well. This abundance of benefits naturally aroused people's interest. Yang Kai spent 2 or 3 days touring around his new residence and had visited with a lot of his peers, mixing in with them fairly well. He also obtained a much better understanding of how Bright Thunder Spirit religion operated and just how grand and wealthy a force it really was. The forces back in the central capital were really incomparable to it. Not only was there a massive gap in terms of the pure cultivation realm of the masters here, whether it was the concentration of world energy, material wealth, secret arts, or martial skills, this minor sect from Tongshan realm was far ahead of the central capital's 8 great families by multiple grades. Recognizing this gap, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit listless. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally returned to his new home. When he came to his peak, though, his expression changed slightly because he realized that a new aura had appeared in one of the previously empty houses. Has the helper Duan Hai said would come arrived already? After a closer look, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming awkward because he found that this newcomer's life aura was familiar to him. Only thinking about it for a moment, he quickly made his decision, walked to the house, and pushed open the door. A slight yelp was heard as the one who was meditating in the house was obviously startled, quickly jumping up and turning towards the door with a look of vigilance. But upon seeing Yang Kai's face, she was dumbfounded and called out involuntarily, "Why are you here? We meet again." Yang Kai smiled back at her. Never had he anticipated that the assistant Duan Hai would send him was actually the woman he met in the Snow Mountain Range, Jimeng. The golden robes she wore couldn't hide her attractive figure, the magnificent height of her chest, or her long, shapely legs. Her ponytail of soft, supple, black hair flowed down behind her, stretching all the way to her thin waist and round hips, giving her a youthful and radiant look. Jimeng stared at Yang Kai with a surprised look, seemingly never having expected to see this person again. All of a sudden, her look changed as her eyes darted about wildly, hurriedly asking, "How come you're here? This isn't a place you can just casually show up." "Huh?" Yang Kai was stunned. Jimeng acted swiftly, rushing over to his side and pulling on Yang Kai's clothes. "You aren't one of my spirit religion's disciple, and this peak is reserved for one of my spirit religion's honored guests. You need to leave quickly. If he sees you here, I'm afraid it won't be good for you." "An honored guest?" Yang Kai revealed a weird smile. "What kind of honored guest?" Seeing Jimeng like this, Yang Kai realized that she knew nothing about his identity or arrival and had only been told to wait here for the new, honored guest. Apparently he's a spirit-grade alchemist, and his background seems to be quite profound. Elder Duan ordered me to attend to him. As she spoke, Jimeng noticed that Yang Kai still hadn't moved and didn't show any signs of leaving, so she inevitably became anxious and shouted, "What are you still standing around for? Do you want to die? Is it really that serious?" Yang Kai smiled even more interestedly. "It's very serious. Entering the residence of my spirit religion's honored guest. Any spirit religion disciple can immediately put you to death. What are the disciples guarding the mountain doing? How could they have let you in the first place? Then why aren't you attacking me? Why should I attack you? You're so strange. In any case, you need to go quickly before he comes back. If he sees you there, it will be troublesome." Saying so, she actively walked over and began pushing Yang Kai towards the door, her face filled with worry. "You being so anxious to drive me away, is if because you're afraid that honored guest will have some kind of misunderstanding seeing us together? Are you sure that person's a man?" Yang Kai asked teasingly. Jimeng's face went red as she quickly shot back, "What does it matter to you? Are you so bored you have to meddle in my affairs? I was just asking casually." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. "I heard that the assists your Bright Thunder Spirit religion send to serve honored guests have to meet all the requirements of those honored guests, and there's a good possibility of becoming intimate and even getting married in the end. Aren't you worried that this honored guest is some bald old man?" Jimeng's tender body couldn't help trembling, a bit of panic flashing across her eyes as she shook her head. "No, Elder Duan said that this person isn't old, or else I would not have agreed to come here in the first place. Although I don't know what kind of person he is, but I at least know he's not some old man." "You're really hateful." Why are you slandering others for no reason? Yang Kai stared at her deeply before nodding slightly. What was that for? Oh, nothing. Fine, whatever, just leave. Don't force me to take action against you. Ji Meng grumbled. Yang Kai pestering her endlessly was really beginning to annoy her, so her tone became somewhat impatient. Good. I'll stop here, for now. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, losing interest in continuing to tease her. Reaching into his shirt and pulling out the token Duan Hai had given him before he had left and handing it to Ji Meng. Do you recognize this? It seems Duan Hai really didn't tell you much. An honored guest's token? Ji Meng couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. How come you? Suddenly, her beautiful eyes flashed a complicated light as she wore an expression of disbelief and shouted. You couldn't be the new honored guest, could you? Yang Kai nodded, casually taking back the token. Ji Meng was dumbstruck. She had been waiting here for 2 whole days, constantly wondering what kind of person this new honored guest was, and how much older than her he would be, but never had she dreamed it would be Yang Kai. Forget about how much of an old man he was. Yang Kai was actually even younger than her. Greetings, honored guest. Ji Meng's hastily adjusted her face and respectfully welcomed him. No need to act so polite. Yang Kai shook his head. Seeing Ji Meng suddenly become so respectful after learning his identity made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were the one Elder Duan mentioned. I thought you had secretly snuck in. I really didn't know. Ji Meng hurriedly tried to explain. No need to explain. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled before turning around and walking inside. Back in the outer room, Ji Meng stared blankly, desperately wanting to cry but unable to shed any tears. She had hoped to leave a good first impression on the new honored guest, but little had she thought that not only was that impossible, she actually had a terrible relationship with him in the first place. Thinking about how she had just inadvertently revealed her true intentions here, Ji Meng was filled with regret, wondering what he thought of her now, afraid he saw her as a cheap woman who would resort to any means to gain benefits. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion Headquarters. Inside one of the side halls, Duan Hai, who had just sat down, had not had time to settle in before he heard someone hurriedly walk in. Duan Hai looked up and laughed, calling out, Junior Brother Su, Senior Brother Duan. How did the matter I told you about go? Su Qi quickly asked, an obvious hint of anxiety in his voice. Duan Hai smiled happily. Doesn't Junior Brother usually not pay much attention to our spirit religion's matters? How come this time you seem so anxious? However, this time you really gave me some good news and thankfully I did not fail in my mission and successfully brought that person over. Really? Su Qi exclaimed joyfully. Naturally, he has already arrived in my spirit religion 3 days ago. Right now he should be settling in on one of the mountains reserved for honored guests. I have also sent a female disciple with excellent looks and aptitude to serve him, so I believe it won't be too long before he develops a sense of attachment to this place. Duan Hai said, standing up and walking over to a nearby table, pouring a cup of tea for Su Qi and thanking him. Junior Brother, this time, thanks to you, my spirit religion has managed to win over an excellent seedling. He will definitely have great use in the future. I'll be certain to report this merit to the religion master, who I'm sure will reward you handsomely. Su Qi's expression became slightly strange hearing these words, not showing any signs of happiness, causing Duan Hai to be slightly confused. What? Is something wrong? Senior Brother Duan, I'll be honest with you. I didn't request you personally invite that youth here because of his alchemist identity. Really? Then why? Su Qi quietly released his divine sense and after sweeping the surrounding area to ensure they were alone, motioned for Duan Hai to come closer. Seeing him act so cautiously, Duan Hai couldn't help becoming slight serious as well, quickly realizing there was more to this situation than meets the eye, leaning in close to listen. Because of the coffin-carrying man. Duan Hai's trembled slightly before he turned a blank stare to Su Qi. After a long time, he lowered his voice as well and asked, What do you mean? What does he have to do with the coffin-carrying man? I don't know if Senior Brother remembers the last time I went out, I accidentally encountered the coffin-carrying man? Of course I remember. I followed the coffin-carrying man along with several others and eventually came to Raging Flame City in bold Independent Union's territory. There, the coffin-carrying man stopped. As for what happened afterwards, Senior Brother should have heard. If I recall correctly, the coffin-carrying man captured a disciple of bold Independent Union and then disappeared. In fact, he wasn't a disciple of bold Independent Union. Afterwards, we found out that this person's origins were unclear, and that he just had some small friendship with two female disciples of bold Independent Union. However, the important point is the one who was taken away by the coffin-carrying man is that new honored guest Senior Brother Duan just brought back. What? Duan Hai complexion changed greatly? Is it really him? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Su Chi shook his head. To be honest, I also thought I was mistaken. When I saw him in Grand Boulder City that day, I could hardly believe my eyes, but after observing him for a while, I am 100% certain that he was the one taken away by the coffin-carrying man. How is that possible? Everyone thought that those seized by the coffin-carrying man would only have one end, death, but rather than dying. Yang Kai had now appeared in perfect condition, naturally drawing Su Chi's attention. Senior Brother, you also know what the coffin-carrying man means. There are rumors that the coffin-carrying man guards a shocking treasure that can bring a force enough wealth and treasure to allow it to grow into a true behemoth. Since this person can survive after having been caught by the coffin-carrying man, perhaps he knows something about that treasure. At the very least, he'll know the location of the coffin-carrying man's hiding place. If my spirit religion can successfully obtain that treasure, we can sweep away the Soaring Heaven Sect, Luoshang Sect, and Ancient Moon Heaven's Cave and eventually rise to a dominate position in this world. That's only a legend, though. Duan Hai slowly shook his head. But it's worth a try. He's a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, though. What? Seriously? This time it was Su Chi's turn to be shocked. An old man Du of Grand Boulder City is very attentive towards him. Before he left with me, Old Man Du intentionally reminded me to not be negligent towards him, saying that his origins may be extraordinary. Even Old Man Du appraised him so? Su Chi was stunned. But according to the information we dug up more than a year ago, although his origins weren't clear, they shouldn't have been anything important. Because his origins are unclear, they are worth paying attention to, Duan Hai said solemnly. Su Chi also seemed to have been splashed with cold water at that moment, the eagerness in his expression converging rapidly. When he thought back about the information he was able to collect about Yang Kai before, he also suddenly discovered several questionable points. I'll let Senior Brother decide what we should do next. Whether we vigorously cultivate him into one of our spirit religion's future pillars or stake everything on a single roll of the dice, Junior Brother will listen to you. Su Chi no longer persuaded, but instead handed over the decision to Duan Hai. Such a young spirit-grade alchemist was truly a rare talent, and after just managing to invite him here, if they were to offend him, it would be a great loss for their spirit religion. Duan Hai nodded slightly and waved. Su Chi nodded, got up, and walked out. After Su Chi left, Duan Hai closed his eyes and sunk into contemplation. His brow knit tightly and his expression somewhat hesitant. The legends about the coffin-carrying man had circulated throughout all of Tongxian realm for countless years, and there were countless rumors about him. However, many masters believed that at the very least, the coffin-carrying man hid some kind of shocking secret in the blood-red coffin he carried that was worthy of their attention. If that wasn't so, how could so many transcendent realm masters waste so much time trailing the coffin-carrying man just for the chance to spy on this mystery? It had been almost a month since Yang Kai came to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, and he had gradually begun to adapt to life here. When Ji Meng came last time, she brought many herbs to Yang Kai from Duan Hai, which the former then used to refine pills each day. Of course, Yang Kai didn't dare refine too many so as not to draw any unnecessary attention, maintaining a pace more in line with an ordinary alchemist 2 or 3 spirit-grade pills per day. The rest of the time he spent on cultivation or digesting the mysteries of the true alchemic way. After spending a month getting along, Yang Kai noticed that Ji Meng was becoming more and more cautious around him, always wearing a hesitant and nearly fearful look on her face. far from the casual and unfettered appearance she had in the Snow Mountain range. In fact, most of the time she just shut herself in one of the other rooms and would only come to see Yang Kai when absolutely necessary. Yang Kai was busy with his own affairs, so he normally didn't pay any attention to her either, which resulted in Ji Meng feeling even more awkward. Sometimes she wanted to go to Yang Kai to talk and improve their relationship, but she just couldn't bring herself to act so boldly. On the first day of the new month, while Yang Kai was meditating, there was a knock at his door. "Come in." Ji Meng pushed open the door and stood in the entryway, bowing politely. "Honored guest. Do you need something?" Yang Kai smiled as he glanced over at her. "Today is the day for this month's pill collection. I need to deliver the pills that you have refined during this past month to the Spirit Religion's headquarters." Ji Meng answered softly. This was one of the tasks Duan Hai had sent her here to complete. Every month, the alchemist honored guests helpers would collect the pills they had refined during this time, and then send them to Duan Hai for use within the Spirit Religion. Yang Kai nodded lightly and took out the pills he had refined this past month and tossed them over to Ji Meng. Ji Meng accepted them and thanked before gently biting her lip, as if hesitant to say something she had on her mind. Yang Kai saw this and casually remarked, "I heard from the other alchemist that as long as they give permission, their assistants can take a few pills from themselves. Is that really the case?" Ji Meng nodded lightly. Yang Kai smiled lightly and nodded. "Then take 5 pills and make use of them yourself." Although the materials used for alchemy here were all provided by Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, it was not uncommon for alchemists to fail in refining pills now and again, thus wasting some of the raw ingredients. As such, how many pills an alchemist refined each month was really only known by the alchemists themselves and their assistant. As a result, before delivering each month's pills to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, it was possible to play some small tricks like this, as long as it was within the realm of what the Spirit Religion deemed reasonable. These alchemist-honored guests could choose to retain a small number of pills to help their assistants cultivate. This not only benefited their assistants but also improved the latter's impression of the former, encouraging them to be more attentive in their duties. This was an open secret and Duan Hai was also clear about it, but he never made any attempts to interfere. Because the small portions of pills privately retained by these alchemists were ultimately used on disciples of the Spirit Religion, and the aptitude of the women sent to serve these alchemists was generally good. Duan Hai even hoped that this practice would take place, allowing these seedlings to quickly grow into pillars of the sect. Yang Kai had learned about this when he had chatted with the other alchemist a month ago. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Ji Meng couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly thanked him. "Many thanks, honored guest. I will make good use of these 5 pills." She was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator, so these 5 spirit-grade pills could bring her immense benefits. Yang Kai said no more on the subject, simply informing Ji Meng about how many pills he had refined this month as well as their grades and usages before sending her to deliver them to Duan Hai. Ji Meng bowed gratefully once more before quickly leaving the mountain. Back in the Spirit Religion's headquarters, Ji Meng reported the number and grade of the pills Yang Kai had refined and handed them over to Duan Hai, the latter nodding in approval. But when Ji Meng was about to take her leave, Duan Hai called out to her. "Is there anything else, Elder Duan?" Ji Meng asked. "What do you think of him?" Duan Hai suddenly asked a question that made Ji Meng pause. "He's all right, though he is somewhat taciturn and doesn't like to communicate with others. I've stayed by his side for a month now, but he hasn't said more than 10 words to me." "You haven't even spoken with him?" Duan Hai was amazed. "Then towards you has he?" Ji Meng's face went bright red but shook her head lightly. Duan Hai's brow wrinkled and grumbled somewhat unhappily. "You should be clear about the purpose of sending you to serve him. These honored guests are the roots of my Spirit Religion's ability to grow and develop. However, they are still just honored guests and can leave at any time. You must firmly grab hold of him and allow him to willingly join my Spirit Religion and, if possible, officially become one of our disciples." "Disciple understands." Ji Meng bowed deeply. "Can you complete this task? If you can't, I can always send someone else. My Spirit Religion doesn't lack beautiful woman. Disciple will not fail Elder's expectations." Ji Meng clenched her teeth and replied, "Good, go back. I look forward to your performance." Duan Hai waved. With a heavy heart, Ji Meng departed. After she left, Duan Hai shook his head and turned his eyes to Su Qi, who had been listening to the conversation. Junior brother, it seems that this person really does not intend to settle down in my spirit religion. When I brought him here, he had even indicated as such. Otherwise, a young man like him wouldn't possibly be so indifferent to a beauty's temptations. This just shows he has his own insistences and goals. This kind of person is always steadfast and assertive and is not easy to control. Su Qi also sighed. But he also mentioned that when the time was right, he would need our spirit religion to help him with a matter. I just wonder what it is he wants to ask of us. Duan Hai was puzzled. How does senior brother plan to proceed then? Go back and check again. Send some people to Bold Independent Union to carefully investigate his background. Such a young spirit-grade alchemist. I really can't bring myself to decide. Su Qi nodded in agreement. If it was at all possible. They wanted to avoid offending Yang Kai and would prefer to be on good terms with him. After Ji Meng returned, Yang Kai clearly noticed that she was somewhat depressed and had a lot on her mind. However, Yang Kai didn't ask anything. It was normal for a woman to have some issues she worried about, and asking her about it would only drag him into her affairs, giving him unwanted trouble. Although the relationship between Old Man Du and Duan Hai gave him some degree of comfort, Yang Kai would not be stupid enough to wholeheartedly believe in Duan Hai. During his time here, he had also quietly been investigating Bright Thunder Spirit religion in order to determine if they were trustworthy enough to ask for help in his search for Su Yan and Little Senior Sister's whereabouts. If things didn't work out here, Yang Kai would not hesitate to leave. He definitely couldn't go back to Bold Independent Union. Too many people had seen him being taken about by Coffin Slave Sr. If he was to really appear in Bold Independent Union's territory, he would definitely draw unwanted attention. Sudden, a sharp pain in his shoulder blades erupted, and the hidden power of wind and thunder rampaged wildly. Yang Kai was woken from his meditation by this pain, but before he even opened his eyes, an intoxicating fragrance wafted past his nose. Opening his eyes, he was stunned to see Ji Meng standing at the edge of his bed, faintly gazing towards him, her beautiful pair of eyes flashing a complicated light. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked. Ji Meng's face was dyed slightly pink and she seemed a little flustered, but she quickly calmed down, grit her teeth and slowly leaned over, sitting her well-rounded bottom onto the edge of bed as she squeezed out a reluctant smile and whispered, "Are you not tempted at all?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai stared back at her strangely. "What do you think?" Ji Meng stared at him with a sullen yet charming look, boldly reaching out and taking hold of Yang Kai's hand, bringing it to her milk-white bosom. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai felt an amazing fullness along with an incredible elasticity and couldn't help feeling slightly dazed. He had not expected Ji Meng would suddenly act so boldly. On the palm of his hand, amidst the sea of tenderness, a small hard bulge also slowly appeared. Ji Meng's breathing became somewhat heavy and her cheeks went from light pink to bright red as her eyes unconsciously drifted towards Yang Kai's lower body, her little hand trembling slightly as it reached out. Exhaling a fragrant breath, she whispered, "All the disciples sent to serve as assistants to honored guests are prepared for this. So you honored guests can do with us as you please." Yang Kai pinched her small hand and frowned slightly. "Is this your own intention or Duan Hai's order? Does that matter?" "Ji Meng, this isn't who you are. Why embarrass yourself like this?" Ji Meng stared at him dumbly before clenching her jaw and shooting back. "Even in this situation you're so indifferent. Are you really a man?" Yang Kai smiled casually. "Whether or not I'm a man, do I have any reason to prove it to you? Last time in the Snow Mountain Range you said if we survived you'd prove it to me." Ji Meng leaned in further, the womanly scent from her body lightly floating about, stimulating one's primal desires. "I don't like women who act so coquettish, but if you want to play with me, I can satisfy you." Yang Kai grinned slyly. "Then let's play." Ji Meng stared at Yang Kai bitterly. Yang Kai's smile became even wickeder as he reached out and pulled Ji Meng over, tossing her over onto the bed and climbing on top of her, his big hand covering her proud peak, suddenly exerting more pressure. "What are you doing?" Ji Meng was shocked. A moment ago, This bastard had been completely indifferent to her, yet now he was acting like such a beast. It really was too much for her to adapt to. What you want? Yang Kai laughed villainously. Then you have to promise me one thing first, Ji Meng said hurriedly, being massaged by Yang Kai so suddenly. Her pupils became slightly blurry as she called out to him temptingly, her body temperature rising as a healthy pink glow dyed her pure white skin. What? After you take me, you have to join my spirit religion and become my spirit religion's disciple. And if I say no, then we will wait until you are able to make that decision. By that time, you can call on me whenever you want. You can do whatever you want as well. Listening to her bargain back and forth with him, Yang Kai's enthusiasm suddenly plummeted and a frown appeared on his face, lifting himself up and pushing her away, faintly saying, "It's late. You should go back and rest." Ji Meng stared at him with a look of disappointment and resentment. She realized that she had been too anxious, a mix of complicated emotions stirring inside her. Ji Meng got up and quickly arranged her messy clothes before slowly leaving. After she left, Yang Kai smiled lightly, thinking that after she had suffered such a loss, this woman wouldn't act so arrogantly in front of him anymore. Regarding Ji Meng, Yang Kai actually had a decent impression of her, feeling like she was relatively frank and upright, unafraid to speak her mind, but now it seemed like it was not suitable for him to have too deep a connection with her so as not to be entangled by her in the future. Time passed by and Yang Kai had now been in Bright Thunder Spirit religion for 2 months. These 2 months were neither long nor short, but Yang Kai had still yet to determine whether he should entrust Bright Thunder Spirit religion with the task of finding his senior sisters. Throughout his investigations, though, he discovered that Bright Thunder Spirit religion had participated in a number of shady activities, so he was somewhat less inclined to believe in them. After handing over the pills he had refined this month to Ji Meng, Yang Kai was surprised when she returned soon after with a message. "Elder Duan wants you to see him in the sect's headquarters." "Oh." Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. "What for?" Elder Duan didn't say. Ji Meng shook her head. "He just told me to ask you to see him as soon as possible. Apparently he had something important to consult you about." All right." Yang Kai nodded. Duan Hai had never met with him ever since bringing him here, but as the great elder of Bright Thunder Spirit religion, he definitely had a lot of things to attend to, so Yang Kai hadn't cared. "Can we leave now?" Ji Meng asked. "Might as well." Yang Kai didn't have any reason not to go, so he simply nodded and flew off together with Ji Meng in the direction of the sect's main hall. This was the first time Yang Kai had visited Bright Thunder Spirit religion's headquarters, so he was unfamiliar with the route. Naturally, he needed Ji Meng to lead the way. After flying for a while, the pair eventually arrived above a bustling area. Looking down from the sky, there was a group of buildings below with a large number of cultivators wearing golden yellow robes walking to and fro. Many of them were also flying, seemingly in a rush. Bright Thunder Spirit religion's core region seemed to be teeming with activity, with countless cultivators and masters emerging one after another. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai couldn't help offering some silent praise in his heart. Bright Thunder Spirit religion was by no means a big force in Tongxian realm. It couldn't even be considered top-notch within the local region. That honor belonged solely to Soaring Heaven sect, which was helmed by a powerful Saint Realm master. Luoshang sect and Ancient Moon Heaven's Cave were also considered stronger than it as well. Amongst the 4 big forces in the Snow Mountain Range region, Bright Thunder Spirit religion was actually the bottom-most existence. However, its heritage was still quite good, at least several times more outstanding than any force from the world Yang Kai came from. As Ji Meng landed directly in front of a magnificent building, Yang Kai took out his honored guest token and showed it, causing the disciples on guard duty to hurriedly cup their fists and bow respectfully. Seemingly never having seen such a young honored guest before, Yang Kai was drawing frequent surprised glances from the surrounding crowd. "You should be able to find your way from here. Elder Duan is waiting inside you there," Ji Meng gestured. "You're not coming too?" "I'm not qualified to go in," Ji Meng stammered slightly. Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Then wait her a moment for me. We'll go back together." "Good," Ji Meng said happily. Walking up the stairs and into the building, after a while, Yang Kai eventually came to a large hall with its doors wide open, so he calmly walked in. Duan Hai was waiting inside, and seeing Yang Kai arrive, he quickly smiled and stood up. Elder Duan. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Honored guest Yang, it's been 2 months since I last had a chance to speak with you. Have you been well recently? Well enough. Has my spirit religion's disciple not been serving you appropriately? If honored guest Yang is not satisfied with her, I can send you a replacement. I will certainly satisfy any need you have. No need, Jimeng is just fine. Yang Kai shook his head. As you wish. Duan Hai smiled and asked Yang Kai to sit down. A disciple quickly offered tea, and after enjoying it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, I wonder what instructions Elder Duan has to summon me so suddenly? This one wouldn't dare. Duan Hai quickly waved his hand and wore a modest look. I have no specific reason for summoning honored guest Yang this time. It's just that every honored guest that comes to my spirit religion is precious, and spending some time becoming acquainted with them is something I should do. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, knowing that Duan Hai was simply looking to build some kind of relationship with him in order to further rope him into Bright Thunder Spirit religion, as all major forces would use this routine. I heard once that honored guest Yang doesn't intend on staying long in my spirit religion. Could it be that honored guest Yang has some important matter he needs to attend to? Duan Hai asked with a smile. If that is so, honored guest Yang need not be polite. Just say the word and my spirit religion will do its best to assist you. When the time is right, I certainly won't be polite. Yang Kai replied lightly. Good. Duan Hai gently nodded. Right, honored guest Yang had once said on more than one occasion that when the time is right you would ask my spirit religion for a favor. Dare I ask when that time might be? Yang Kai shook his head. I understand. Duan Hai laughed frankly. It looks like honored guest Yang does not have much attachment to my spirit religion and possibly even holds some distrust towards us. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he stared deeply towards Duan Hai. He couldn't help raising his vigilance after Duan Hai spoke such meaningful words. If it were possible, this Duan truly hoped that honored guest Yang would join my spirit religion and become one of our core disciples. Duan Hai's expression suddenly sank, his tone becoming solemn. But it appears honored guest Yang has no such intentions, so this Duan must use some other means to inquire about your secrets. Saying so, Duan Hai tapped his foot gently on the floor. Suddenly, with Yang Kai as the center, a series of spirit array lines lit up and spread out. These spirit array lines quickly contracted and sunk into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai complexion went pale as he hurriedly tried to circulate his true qi. But the moment his true qi began revolving, a sharp pain came from his meridians, like there were hundreds of millions of ants biting them, causing him to shudder violently and the strength he had just gathered to instantly collapse. Elder Duan, what's the meaning of this? Yang Kai didn't panic and simply stared coldly towards Duan Hai while carefully examining his own situation. Duan Hai simply shook his head disappointedly. A look of hesitation surfaced on his face as he coldly replied, My apologies, honored guest Yang. In truth, this Duan actually would have preferred not to do this. Being able to attract such a young spirit-grade alchemist is definitely a huge good fortune for my spirit religion, but unfortunately you have no intention of joining my spirit religion. Thus, even if I was to try even harder to convince you, the chances of winning you over are too slim. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed. Elder Duan, have I done anything to harm your Bright Thunder spirit religion? You truly haven't, but as I said, this Duan is also helpless. Duan Hai shook his head heavily. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Although he didn't understand the reason for it, the fact that Duan Hai had set a trap for him was a fact. The reason he had come to Bright Thunder Spirit religion in the first place was entirely because of Old Man Du, so did this matter have anything to do with the latter? Thinking about it, Yang Kai turned his attention to the screen behind Duan Hai and said coldly, Can this friend also come out and talk? Hiding yourself now doesn't have any further meaning. Yang Kai faintly felt that Duan Hai's suddenly change in attitude towards him had a lot to do with the person hidden behind the screen. Hearing this, Su Qi was shocked. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's senses to be so sharp. But now that things had reached this point, he simply decided to show himself. After seeing Su Qi's face, Yang Kai suddenly understood. This person, he had seen him before. Outside raging Flame City in bold Independent Union's territory, this man had been amongst the crowd of masters following the coffin-carrying man. No wonder he felt the name Bright Thunder Spirit Religion sounded familiar. It turns out he had heard about it previously from Yun Xian. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened. The root of everything was the coffin-carrying man incident. So that's how it is. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Tong Xian realm was so vast. He hadn't expected that the moment he came out of the mysterious small world someone would already have their eyes on him. At Raging Flame City, there were only a few people who had witnessed the scene of him being taken away by the coffin-carrying man. Who would have thought one of them would show up today? Even if Yang Kai was more vigilant, this kind of coincidence couldn't have been avoided. Honored guest, Yang understanding is for the best. You should also know that you are currently under the affects of my sect's unique sealing technique. Don't try to break free. The more you use your true qi, the more pain you'll have to endure. Duan Hai stared at Yang Kai somewhat regretfully. This Duan does not want to embarrass you any further. As long as you cooperate with us, I promise we won't harm you. Yang Kai sneered. Elder Duan, taking such actions, aren't you worried old man Du will investigate and hold you responsible? Duan Hai shook his head. Although old man Du is optimistic about you, if he inquires about you, I can offer him any number of explanations. Honored guest Yang need not worry himself over such issues. Yang Kai felt his heart unclench slightly, knowing that old man Du should have no knowledge of this matter. If even old man Du had been involved in this plot against him, Yang Kai could only admit that he was too stupid. Sensing Duan Hai and Su Qi's cultivations, Yang Kai chose to hold down his temper and endure for now. Both of these two were second-order transcendents, so even if he were to exert his full strength, it would still be impossible for him to escape from here. What's more, Yang Kai knew he was currently in the very heart of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. So there were no doubt countless other masters nearby. With his true qi sealed right now, rashly taking action would only make the situation worse. Can I ask, why did Elder Duan wait until today to act against me? You could have done this the moment you brought me here, Yang Kai asked, trying to stall for time while he searched for some way to escape. Duan Hai reluctantly shook his head. It is just as this Duan had said. I am very optimistic about your future and would have preferred not to take such actions. Old man Du also told me that you have a strong background, but after 2 months of dedicated persuasion and observation, I concluded that you will leave here sooner or later and that unlike what old man Du said, you are just a little brat from some remote backwater. So Elder Duan no longer had any scruples? Yang Kai sneered sarcastically. Duan Hai neither agreed nor disagreed. Honored guest Yang, I won't speak any more nonsense with you. The reason why I did this is just because I want to know the secrets of the coffin-carrying man. What happened to you after he seized you? How did you escape from his clutches? Where was he hiding when you finally managed to flee from him? If honored guest Yang can tell me these things, I promise to let you go. I don't know. Yang Kai laughed and flatly said. Silencing the witness to the crime was even Yang Kai would do in this situation. Naturally, it was impossible for him to believe Duan Hai's promise. Since Duan Hai dared to do this, he would make sure to clean up all loose ends. As long as Yang Kai kept his mouth shut, these two wouldn't act rashly and he could buy himself some more time. But the moment he told them what they wanted to know, he would definitely die. Senior brother, there's no need to pointlessly bargain with him. A little peak Immortal Ascension boundary brat. Just let me use my soul-searching technique to directly dig up the secrets in his knowledge sea. Su Qi came over and said coldly. Duan Hai let out a faint sigh. Honored guest Yang, as you can see, my junior brother is not as good-natured or patient as I am. If you don't want to become an idiot because of his soul-searching technique, you should simply cooperate with me and save yourself some pain. The two men played out this carrot-and-stick farce to a T, trying to use a combination of threats and enticement to break down Yang Kai's psychological defenses, so he would obediently tell them what they wanted to know. Although the act of searching another's soul could allow one to spy on some of their memories, it was not a comprehensive technique. So Duan Hai and Su Qi did not want to use this method to deal with Yang Kai if they could avoid it. They needed Yang Kai to take the initiative to cooperate. Moreover, in their view, Yang Kai had come from some remote backcountry and was quite young, so his will certainly wouldn't be too strong. However, after actually trying to implement their plan, they quickly discovered that Xianxia was a difficult bone to gnaw, completely intractable and unwilling to compromise in the slightest. No matter what threat or enticement they offered, Xianxia refused to say a word about the coffin-carrying man's secrets. For Duanhai's part, he was actually being quite truthful. He really wasn't willing to offend such a promising young alchemist. Initially, he had wholeheartedly wanted to absorb Xianxia into Bright Thunder Spirit religion. As long Xianxia officially joined the sect, Duanhai would have plenty of opportunities to inquire about these secrets from him. But after fully understanding that Xianxia had no such intentions, Duanhai immediately decided to seize the initiative. In any case, Xianxia would leave sooner or later and may never be of any use to his spirit religion, so there was not much harm in offending him. Why are you looking for the coffin-carrying man in the first place? What kind of benefits are you hoping to obtain from him? Xianxia stared at Duanhai and asked. Duanhai frowned but only hesitated for a moment before replying. It is said that the coffin-carrying man guards a terrifying secret, and whoever can grasp that secret can control tremendous power. Xianxia chuckled. There would be no wind in the house without a hole in the wall. Duanhai obviously knew next to nothing about what kind of secret the coffin-carrying man was guarding. But in a certain sense, his words weren't wrong. The ancient demon clan was indeed a tremendous force, but this clan was not something just anyone could control. Honored guest Yang, if you know something, could you disclose it to us? Duanhai stared at him with a burning gaze. In response, though, Xianxia once again just shook his head. You're asking the wrong person. I really don't know anything. Senior brother. Su Qi apparently had really run out of patience, calling out angrily as he shot a meaningful look towards Duanhai. Duanhai nodded slightly and said in a heavy tone, Honored guest Yang, pardon our offense. Su Qi grinned fiendishly and walked over, muttering in a cold tone. Since you refuse a toast, then you must drink a forfeit. Once this old master's soul-searching technique is applied, it's quite possible your soul will be destroyed and you will turn into an idiot. Pray your luck isn't so bad. Xianxia showed a look of panic on his face at just the right moment, causing Su Qi's expression to became more and more self-satisfied. Stepping in front of Xianxia, Su Qi stretched out his hand and placed it on top of Xianxia's head, his second-order transcendent spiritual energy gushing out. In an instant, Xianxia's look changed. Xianxia had thought this would be an opportunity. Although his true qi was sealed and he was no match for Su Qi in terms of cultivation, if it was a contest of spiritual energy, Xianxia was confident he wouldn't be inferior to anyone. As long as Su Qi's soul dared to break into his knowledge sea, Xianxia could instantly make him pay with his life. Great demon god's demon eye of annihilation couldn't be resisted by Saint Realm masters, much less Su Qi, who was merely a second-order transcendent. Once he killed Su Qi and then used his demon god transformation, there was a chance he could break through the seal that was binding him. Then with only Duanhai, a second-order transcendent, blocking him, Xianxia was confident he could escape. But when Su Qi started, Xianxia found that his opponent's soul did not intrude into his knowledge sea and instead, Su Qi's spiritual energy intertwined with the surrounding spirit array and formed an invisible vortex that created a huge suction force which was directly trying to pull his soul out of his knowledge sea. Inside Xianxia's knowledge sea, the scene was turbulent. Waves rolled and everything became extremely unsettled. An unspeakable pain erupted and Xianxia's expression immediately twisted, blue veins on his forehead popping up as teeth ground fiercely. Pain inflicted on one's soul was more than 100 times stronger than the pain inflicted on one's flesh. Su Qi was also slightly surprised, sneering dismissively. Don't bother trying to resist. The more you resist, the more you'll suffer. Just let go of your knowledge sea's defenses and let me extract your memories. That way you won't have to endure this kind of pain. Contained within his words, there seemed to be an invisible force that was trying to break down Xianxia's will and force him to obey. Perceiving this, Xianxia became even more vigilant. Foolish stubbornness. Su Qi became angered and increased the output of his spiritual energy, causing the suction force to grow even stronger. Although Xianxia's divine sense was comparable to a transcendence, there was still a gap between him and Su Qi, and there was also Duan Hai staring at him from close by, so even if Yang Kai continued to resist with all his might, he would eventually lose. Quickly considering all this, Yang Kai gave up resisting and instead actively sent out his spiritual energy, changing it into an invisible attack that shot toward Su Qi. Seeing this, Su Qi laughed contemptuously. "Don't be so presumptuous. Junior brother. Be careful." Duan Hai's face suddenly changed as he cried out. At that moment, he noticed a blazing hot aura filling the air. This heat gave him a terrifying sense of crisis, forcing him to hurriedly retreat and open up some distance between him and Yang Kai, who, a bolt of scalding hot energy shot through the void, and Su Qi's smug expression instantly stiffened, his face contorting in pain as he gripped his head and screamed pitifully. "Conflagrated divine sense?" Duan Hai's eyes went round as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. The shrieks of pain only lasted for a moment before Su Qi again composed himself. A moment ago, he had been caught off guard and was thus wounded by Yang Kai's conflagrated divine sense. Fortunately for him, his spiritual energy was stronger than Yang Kai's. Otherwise his life would have been in danger. Even so, Su Qi was still covered in cold sweat. He had nearly brought about his own destruction. "Honored guest Yang, do you actually have a conflagrated knowledge, see?" Duan Hai's expression became incomparably complex as he stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained indifferent, a look of hatred and hostility filling his eyes as he glared at the two men before him, not saying a word. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Duan Hai's face was filled with grief and annoyance. "If you had said you possessed a conflagrated knowledge, see, I would never." "Bah!" Grumbling so, he slowly shook his head and sighed. If he had known that Yang Kai was an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge, see, Duan Hai absolutely would not have offended him so easily simply to seek the secrets of the coffin-carrying man from his mouth. After all, these secrets were all just rumors and legends. Whether the coffin-carrying man truly guarded some amazing treasure only the heavens knew. Duan Hai was also just gambling. On the other hand, a talented alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge was an immense, tangible asset. The world's greatest living alchemist, the old man of Heaven's Keep, had only achieved his current fame thanks to his conflagrated knowledge. Whether it was amongst humans, demons, or monsters, the old man of Heaven's Keep held supreme prestige. Anyone who met him treated him with the utmost respect and courtesy. If they had known Yang Kai also possessed a conflagrated knowledge like the old man of Heaven's Keep, Duan Hai would have exhausted every possible means to win him over, using whatever method at his disposal to let him join Bright Thunder Spirit religion. Even if he had to directly hand over the position of Great Elder, Duan Hai would have readily agreed. What an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge represented, every master in Tongxian realm knew. At this moment, Duan Hai was filled with regret and frustration. "Senior brother, what's done has been done. Trying to settle things peacefully with him now is unrealistic." Su Qi stared at Yang Kai angrily. He had just eaten a small loss and did not dare to use his soul-searching technique again. A conflagrated knowledge was not something he could easily touch. Duan Hai stared at Su Qi coldly, a strong desire to slap his junior brother to death welling up inside him. Back then, when he had successfully invited Yang Kai to be an honored guest of Bright Thunder Spirit religion, Duan Hai had been in an exceptionally good mood, thinking to himself that Yang Kai had a bright future ahead of him and feeling determined to cultivate him well. It was only because of Su Qi's incitement and persuasion that he had taken such rash actions for some uncertain profits. Now that things had reached this point, there really was no possibility of resolving their grievances peacefully. "I didn't know he had a conflagrated knowledge." Su Qi's expression also slowly became depressed. "If I had known." "There's no need to say any more." Duan Hai shook his head and turned his attention back to Yang Kai. "Honored guest Yang, you won't forgive our actions today, will you? Let me go and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. How about it?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a mocking arc. Duan Hai slowly shook his head and stretched out his hand, sending out a few strands of true qi that transformed into ropes that bound Yang Kai, solemnly saying, "Then pardon our offense once more." Inside a dungeon cell, Yang Kai sat imprisoned. This dungeon was construction from a special type of or that had a mysterious energy flowing through it while the walls were covered in exquisite runes that flickered every now and then. This cell was strong enough to hold transcendent realm masters, so Duan Hai and Su Qi weren't worried about Yang Kai suddenly escaping. Yang Kai tried several times to break through the seal that was restricting his true qi, but each attempt ended in failure. Using his true qi was so painful it was simply unbearable. Although his situation was bleak, Yang Kai did not become flustered. He had experienced worse situations than this before and had even had several bushes with death. But every time he managed to find an opportunity to save himself and had grown stronger after overcoming such adversities. A chance to survive would eventually present itself. Yang Kai firmly believed this and only had to wait for that opportunity to arise. Moreover, Duan Hai and Su Qi did not want to kill him. After learning that Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge C, their attitude towards him also changed subtly. Perhaps they now didn't know what they should do with him. They were reluctant to kill him, but keeping him alive was also a big problem. For a few days, Yang Kai lived in this dark dungeon, unable to see the sun or moon. On this day, with a heavy sound, the door to the dungeon was opened, and a light shone in. Yang Kai blinked and stared towards the door, his expression suddenly becoming confused. A tall, beautiful figure walked in slowly from the outside and approached his cell, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai with a complicated look. Ji Meng. After a long silence, Ji Meng squatted down and put down some things she had been carrying with her, softly saying, "I brought you some food. Although these things may not be necessary, I prepared them attentively so their flavor should be quite good. Did Duan Hai tell you about my matters?" Yang Kai stared at her curiously, an unreadable smile adorning his face. Ji Meng nodded. "What does he want you to do?" "Persuade you," Ji Meng replied in a low voice. "In Bright Thunder Spirit religion, only I am somewhat familiar with you, so only I could come." "Then what do you plan on doing?" "Persuade you." "Good. Since you've come personally, I suppose I can only choose to compromise. Go tell Duan Hai that I agree to join Bright Thunder Spirit religion." Yang Kai chuckled. Of course, Ji Meng just shook her head lightly. "Your words are so cheap that only 3-year-old children would believe them. If you can't fool me, then obviously Elder Duan won't believe them."